Welcome everyone. My name is Jerzy Kwaśniewski. I'm the president of Ordo Iuris, one of the two hosts and organizers from today's meeting. Our second partner is Collegium Intermarium University, with which our today's conference about the cultural aspects of the family policy, now we are opening. Our continent, Europe, has been doomed by a kind of Black Death. In 5 years, in the middle of the 14th century, 120 million people died. It was almost 1/3 of the European population. From 450 million were left only 330. The continent needed 2 centuries to rebuild its people's structure, economy. This kind of crisis was ended at the whole epoch, the whole era, and changed the culture, changed completely the politics, and ended the old world. Let's have a closer look at the situation at the beginning of the 20th century. The demographers were estimating that in the nearest decades, in Europe, there will be less of 200 million people. 20, 40, 60% in some countries. It would be naive to think that a change, such a deep change and drastic one, would not change our whole world completely. But we do not see any prevention to that. All the activities that are carried out by many countries, not only in Europe, who are to face this challenge, this demographic challenge, this Black Death of the 20th and 21st century, seem quite useless. The fertility in Europe is actually 1 child per family, which is missing half of this generation. Today we're asking about the cultural aspects of family policy, because many may say that even though the social policy is good to face poverty, extreme poverty, is a way of being solidar in a society. It is a kind of element where our society pays its due death to the poor, but it's not the problem, it's not the solution to the demographic problem. This cultural trend of not being a parent is making lesser the thing that was used to be the clue to be a fulfilled person: close relationships, seeking happiness in family, satisfaction that you get from children, from your marital love, from sacrificing yourself for the best and closest communion that you have with your family. We have children not only for our happiness, for biological reasons, for economical reasons. People have children because the culture shapes along with their nature. And this way, the behaviors, pro-family behaviors, also pro-demographic ones, can find their way. There are a lot of research on this topic, but very often we do not actually listen to the results of the research. It turns out that we inherit the cultural models according to our environment, our parents, at the university, in the kindergarten. There is a connection with the modern series that we watch in TVs, that youth do watch in TVs. And it is observed that that more people who are more religious have more children. But are those results, should not they lead to us the conclusion that we, as an association community of the European, we should implement economical, political instruments, tools that would be a kind of triggers to prepare good conditions for demographic development? It can be said that, as Napoleon Bonaparte said, liberal country might actually put its solution on the church, which is the source of this cultural code of Europe. But another question, does a liberal country, even though for like reasons like economy and social development, can choose such solutions? Can we have this social engineering just for the sake of surviving as a nation, as a state? The answer seems very clear, because this liberal country has been implementing a quite different revolution, anti-demographic one, in which we are facing nowadays. 8 years ago, Ordo Iuris has joined this great activity movement of looking for solutions. In 2014, we published a research report, what kind of politics is needed in Poland in the area of social policy, economy policy, etc. But this report was an official document that laid at the bottom of the family policy after 2015. Later, we took care of the youngers, how to take care of those from years up to 3 years old. What solution should be except from daycares? What other options, alternatives have the parents? But all those questions seem not so important, because Poland and other countries like Czech and Hungary has made a lot of steps in the good direction. Now, even before the elections that are coming, we are asking what kind of family policy, cultural family policy Poland needs. And these questions we ask our great speakers, and we believe that investigating in those cultural aspects is crucial not only to the Polish family policy, but also for the sake of our good country and common good. I thanked Collegium Intermarium that is joining us in organizing this conference, but I would like to really appreciate and thank all those partners without whose aid, participant, our talks would just be in theory level. So this is why I'm so glad and thankful for the honorary patronates, the Ministry of Family and Policy, of the Cultural Heritage. I thank also all our rhetoric partners, where all those great speakers could be found. Coming from Family Research Council, the Zamojskie Academy, the Association of Polish Journalists, the Institute of Polish-Hungarian Cooperation. And I thank also our media partners, thanks to whom our today's conference has a much wider spread, and it gives us hope that it could be, all those solutions discussed here could be implemented in public life. Welcome. You're welcome also to ask questions. I'm very glad that so many of you came here. Thanks to all the speakers, and please, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Bartosz Lewandowski, the president of Collegium Intermarium. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank
Ja
you very
już to
much.
mówiłem kiedyś przy okazji jednego
I've already said
spotkania.
this
Bardzo nie lubię
at one of the meetings. I don't like to speak after attorney Kwaśniewski, who teaches rhetorics. So let me start with an introduction.
Ja myśląc nad ideą tej dzisiejszej
When I thought about the idea of today's conference,
do takiego wniosku,
I concluded that
dotykamy tematu ważnego,
apart from touching on a very important subject, we also touch
niewygodnego,
upon a very uncomfortable topic,
ponieważ my
because
diagnozujemy przede
we
wszystkim
diagnose,
brak dzietności,
first of all, falling birth rates
ten spadek populacji
and this population decrease as a problem that should be
Natomiast jeżeli Państwo
addressed.
dokładnie przeanalizujecie
But if you analyze carefully
stanowisko części
the stance of some circles, especially leftist circles, they don't see any problem in it. On the contrary, depopulation is an advantageous phenomenon for them.
walka ze zmianami klimatu.
Well, we know climate change requires sacrifice.
Czytacie się chociażby w
So
publikacjach.
if you read
Wystarczy
publications, it's enough to have a look at the most popular media, liberal, leftist media, to conclude that practically every week there are headlines, I don't want to have kids, why does society judge me?
wskazywał w artykule
On it, an internet portal pointed to a lack of children. Why is it a problem? Why doesn't society understand me?
promocji
I will pass over
współcześnie
the
nazywanego
promotion of
sex workingiem
a phenomenon called sex working,
przez w wielu mediach za coś
which is not branded as something negative in a lot of media, but is something neutral, if not positive.
Jeśli proszę Państwa, mówimy o uczelni,
We're talking about our school, Collegium Intermarium, which in 2021, when it was founded, it was supposed to be a space of freedom, and this conference is an example.
tego aspektu kulturowego,
So I'm very happy with stressing this cultural aspect,
niezwykle ważny i
which to my mind is
często
extremely important and often overlooked in demographic policy.
zagadnienie,
I
które
think it's a
wymaga
topic
szerszej
that
diagnozy, dyskusji.
Takes
Bardzo się cieszę, że zarówno
broader
Państwo
discussion and
zaszczycili nas tutaj
analysis,
swoją obecnością.
and I'm so happy that you honored us with your presence. Our magnificent partners, honorary partners. This means that the conference is important.
W imieniu swoim, jak również
So on my behalf and on behalf of the whole faculty, I want to thank you and I wish you a good conference, a great intellectual feast. And now I will invite you to take part in an important event for us because we're starting a new academic year at the Collegium Intermarium. I'd like to ask the flag of the school to be brought in by our students and to ask you to sing the song Gaudeamus Igitur. It will be performed by the John Paul II choir. Thank you very much again.
Najpiękniej dziękuję
Thank you so much
za odśpiewanie Gaudeamus.
for singing Gaudeamus.
Możecie sobie Państwo wyobrazić, że dla
You
nas
can imagine that for us it's a particular joy. It's the third time we have heard this song at the Collegium Intermarium. It's a great joy. And I give great thanks to all the professors and students, the choir, and all those involved in that great work. The first lectures today is special proof for the international character of the topic that we're addressing during the conference. Our first speaker, I met her for the first time in a Hungarian enclave in Romania during the festival Tushvenyos. But the speaker is American. So all these nations, Hungary, Romania, America, Poland, they are joined by the common concern about how to protect the demography of our countries. Our first speaker is a professor of Christendom College, specializing in the history of contemporary Europe, conservatism in America, Catholic social teaching and contemporary political thought, Professor Bracy Bursnek. And he will be talking to us about, his lecture is called, Can Liberal Democracy be Preserved if it's based on atomized families?
Thank you. It's great to be here. Excuse me. It is often said that the family is the basic unit of society, and this is true. But the family can take different forms in different types of society. Political philosophers model their accounts of the family on their accounts of the political community. The principles internal to the family and the political community tend to be broadly compatible. Liberal political philosophers like Locke explain the basis for the family in liberal terms as based on a contract between free and equal individuals for mutual aid and the reproduction of the species. But according to Locke, husband and wife are not bound to one another after their children reach adulthood, nor are grown children bound to their parents by anything more than gratitude, affection, and hope for an inheritance. This atomistic conception of the family took root and spread later when material conditions were more favorable to it. We are now less apt to see families as useful for self-preservation in developed countries and few think married couples should have children for the sake of the perpetuation of the species. Some might even find that idea oppressive, preferring to view children as an optional extra to add to marriage. Liberal thinkers like Locke and more recently John Rawls have recognized that children are necessary to the reproduction of society. But the triumph of liberal individualism is so complete that marriage rates are declining and the birth rate is declining to a point that the sustainability of the labor force, the financial viability of the welfare state, and the perpetuation of Western culture is in doubt. In what follows, I would like to examine the material, social, and economic conditions and cultural beliefs that contribute to individualism and declining fertility. Then I would like to argue that individuals and societies are better off if people marry and have children, instead of overvaluing work and individual freedom. Before turning to the cultural conditions that foster individualism, we should discuss the material conditions that contribute to individualism, identified 200 years ago by Alexis de Tocqueville in his book, Democracy in America. Though individualist ideas had been espoused earlier by Luther and Descartes, Tocqueville said that 18th century socioeconomic developments created conditions more receptive to individualism. He thought two material conditions contributed to the rise of individualism: changing property laws and the mobility of people, which were symptoms of the decline of feudalism. Western regimes were transitioning from an aristocratic system of government to a democratic system of government, which would reshape family life. Aristocratic families seek to perpetuate their ethos and wealth to future generations, so they have a greater sense of what they have received from the past and a greater sense of what they owe to future generations. They have a trustee type of family. Aristocratic societies adopted laws to make it possible for family property to be consolidated and handed intact to future generations. Family property was held by the oldest male heir in trust for the whole family. It was important for aristocratic families to produce heirs to whom they could transmit their inheritance, and this gave aristocratic societies a sense of being indebted to the past and responsible for the future. French laws adopted during the Revolution required inheritances to be split equally between children, precisely in an attempt to undermine the economic basis of the aristocracy. It is worth noting that this contributed to France's birth rate declining long before that of other European countries. Married couples with children intentionally limited the number of children they had so that each child would have a larger inheritance. In America, primogeniture and entail were abolished after independence to prevent the formation of aristocracy. The decline and breakup of landed estates was therefore an important material condition for the rise of individualism in the West. With the breakdown of feudalism and the rise of private property, wealth became more mobile, and so did people. The second material condition contributing to individualism, according to Tocqueville, is personal mobility, the freedom to move wherever one wishes to live, work, and raise a family. Mobility weakens ties between generations, making people forget what their ancestors knew. As a result, Tocqueville says social bonds are extended and loosened. Living on their own, people come to rely on their own intellectual resources. Tocqueville says, not only does democracy make each man forget his ancestors, but it hides his descendants from him and separates him from his contemporaries. It constantly leads him back toward himself alone and threatens finally to confine him wholly in the solitude of his own heart. That's Tocqueville. The aristocratic trustee model of family was already being replaced by an atomistic model of family 200 years ago. Tocqueville believed that this would be a permanent tendency of modern life. The third material condition contributing to individualism that we should mention is technological development. In Tocqueville's time, there were, of course, many people who never married. But until relatively recently, most people had an acute sense that it was much more difficult to survive well on one's own. Living together with a wife or husband and children promised greater material well-being in adulthood and security in old age. Modern technology makes us less dependent on others for our material needs. We can achieve greater levels of material comfort without help from other people. Labor-saving devices have reduced the amount of time needed for household chores like dishes and clothes. It is possible to eat with less effort because of refrigerators and fast food. These developments reduce the need for domestic division of labor that includes a spouse. Moreover, the welfare state promises to take care of us in our old age, relieving children of the burden of having to care for aged parents, but also relieving parents of an incentive for having children. The long-term socioeconomic changes promoting individualism described by Tocqueville have been consolidated by modern technology. Each factor established material preconditions facilitating the culture of individualism. Fertility decline began before the triumph of the culture of individualism in response to complex changes in the socioeconomic structure of society and improved medicine. Europe and the United States experienced accelerating rates of fertility decline after the 1870s because of the perceived increase of the relative costs of childrearing, a perception which was gradually diffused through all classes, ethnic and religious groups. Since greater economic competition was required to maintain or improve a family's socioeconomic status, it became more important to educate the young as well as possible to prepare them for job competition. Mandatory public education and laws regulating child labor diminished the raw economic value of children, since they were no longer free to bring money home to their parents. The long-term transfer of cultural, social, and economic wealth from children to their parents, previously characteristic of Western societies, was reversed, so that parents now invested this wealth in their children. Nutrition and medical care gradually improved so that babies were more likely to survive infancy. Once the rate of infant mortality declined, those who formerly had no material incentive to restrict their fertility had occasion to consider doing so. The incorporation of women into the new economy and the rise of feminism also contributed to fertility decline, although this change occurred rather more slowly than the others. These developments are what demographers call the first demographic transition. Nevertheless, basic beliefs about marriage, sex, and family remained stable until the 1960s. The second demographic transition began in the 1960s with the revision of traditional beliefs concerning marriage, sex, and family in favor of a culture of individualism, egalitarianism, and hedonism. Declining fertility was not originally connected to rising individualism, culturally speaking. But two major cultural preferences have contributed to contemporary individualism and its effect upon fertility. What I will call workism and the desire for radical autonomy. From the time of Aristotle until the 19th century, not all work was considered dignified. Activity undertaken for its own sake was considered liberal, while work undertaken out of necessity or for profit was considered servile. But under the influence of Protestantism and later the Enlightenment, productive labor came to be seen as meaningful and even more valuable than liberal pursuits. Now many people find the meaning of their whole lives in their career, in work, rather than in family or religion. We can distinguish between practical workism and principled workism. Practical workists focus on work before forming a family especially if they are pursuing advanced degrees. Even if they marry and desire children, they are likely to have fewer children because they will be older by the time they start a family. Men and women both face challenges starting a family later in life, but of course the problem is more acute for women because their years of fertility are limited. Pregnancies at the age of 30 are already called geriatric pregnancies, and a woman's ability to conceive declines sharply after her mid-30s. Moreover, if women try to have children after years of taking contraceptives, it will be more difficult. Some think that they can freeze their eggs and conceive children in vitro, but in vitro fertilization is actually very ineffective. Many men and women do not confront these realities until it is too late for them to have as many children as they would have liked. And as a result, they have fewer children than they say they would like to have. Principled workists never intend to marry, or marry but intend to have no children so that they can focus on their work. They are married to their job. Instead of having children, they accumulate wealth and focus on activities like travel. Studies show that workism is a strong statistical predictor of low fertility. People who value work over family have 0.6 fewer children on average than others. That may not sound like a lot, but when the average fertility rate is below replacement, below 2.1, it's actually a very large difference. Finally, the modern atomistic family has internalized workist beliefs. Parents hand workist attitudes on to their children, not least by investing in their education and expecting a return on their investment in the form of professional success. One study showed that American parents prioritized financial independence and a satisfying career for their children over marriage and children, and over grandchildren. Put another way, parents regard themselves as having been successful parents if their children succeed professionally, rather than if they marry well and become good parents in their own right. Anecdotally, I have known many intelligent, highly educated women from religious and politically conservative families whose parents expressed disappointment with them for marrying and having children in their mid-20s instead of pursuing a career first. The atomistic family described by Tocqueville has been all too successful, handing its values on to future generations. The second, more radical cultural preference that contributes to individualism and declining fertility is the desire for radical autonomy or complete independence from others. The independent self is free to pursue fulfillment in whatever manner it chooses, whether that is through work, creative endeavor, or simply pursuing mundane pleasures like travel, pop concerts, and video games. In its most extreme form, radical individualism affirms a right to self-creation that denies basic facts of human biology that are determined at conception, even one's chromosomal makeup. The attempt to deny basic human biology that we associate with transgenderism originated in Simone de Beauvoir's feminist attempt to liberate women from their bodily nature because pregnancy limits their freedom to do whatever they like. In this view, marriage and family are acceptable only if they maximize the potential of the individuals in the marriage without limiting their independence. Marriage, children, and even love itself attach one person to another, limiting our freedom to feel, think, and do whatever we like. Even if they accept the limiting attachment of love, many people believe that the fact women can become pregnant is a threat to male and female independence that must be protected by access to contraception and abortion. In addition to guaranteeing access to abortion, the state must create socioeconomic conditions that liberate individuals from dependence on the family. The functions of the family can be outsourced to other institutions, including the state, because the state is perceived as less of a threat to the individual than the family. Publicly funded childcare and public education free parents of some of the burdens of parenting so that they can pursue their careers. Pensions and retirement communities relieve parents from depending on their children in old age and relieve children from having to care for elderly parents. Freed from the need from spouses, freed from the need for children, they are freed from the burdens of love. As we saw in the case of workism, there are many people who do not consciously embrace radical independence from others, who nevertheless practice it by following the culture and failing to consciously plan to get married and have a family. Many people are reluctant to shoulder the emotional and financial burdens of love, marriage, and family. Even if they have a vague intention to marry at some point, they enjoy the freedoms of young adulthood into their late 20s and 30s. American social media is full of videos of young women explaining why they do not want to marry and have children. Rather than getting up in the middle of the night to change diapers, they would prefer to party with their friends or watch television. They would rather be enslaved to their employers than attached to husbands and children. Even those who might later decide they would like to marry and have children will have a harder time doing so, because the older we get, the harder it is to change our habits. If they do marry, they will be older, reducing their years of fertility. The popularity of this kind of individualism inevitably drives fertility down. Unfortunately, it is celebrated by elite opinion and popular culture in the United States. In spite of what Hollywood tells us, we cannot change the fact that we are social beings who need others to survive and flourish any more than we can change our bodily nature. Though the material conditions of modern society make it easier to live alone, we need parents in our childhood, friends and family in adulthood, and loved ones to take care of us when we are old. Our dependence on our parents when we are young makes us the recipients of benefits that are unchosen but also unearned. We learn what is good for us from our parents and others with more experience. But the autonomy that we achieve through this learning is relative, not absolute. Even when we are adults, we depend on others for advice and in times of necessity, for help. We rely on others when we move, face economic hardship, or suffer serious illness or disability. Every human being is vulnerable and needs family and friends to get through life well. We simply are not radically individual, and complete independence is an illusion. We either depend on loved ones or the state and hired help. Our dependencies in youth and old age do not limit our freedom, they do limit our freedom to do whatever we please, but that does not make them oppressive. Obligations to others when we are adults allow us to indirectly repay unmerited benefits we received in childhood. We need to cultivate the relationships that help us navigate life and the virtues that help sustain those relationships, including making them a priority over work by investing time and emotional effort in them. Marrying and becoming parents make us better people. We mature quickly and become more responsible when we are responsible for others. We hold ourselves to higher standards of conduct because we know we are setting examples for our children. Not only are married people happier, but they make better citizens. They engage in less risky behavior, they are more law-abiding, and more productive. In America, when you get married, especially for men, the rate that you pay for car insurance goes down because men drive less aggressively when they're married, and the actuarial tables prove this conclusively. Families extend themselves through generations, but also by connections to other families through marriage. The marriage of children expands the range of relationships of a family, making it possible for them to draw on the knowledge, practical support, and care of in-laws. Moreover, children become more important to parents as their friends die off and their circle of friendships shrinks. Friends are less able to be there for friends as they themselves suffer illness and death. As we were discussing yesterday in great detail, the irony of the decline of marriage and family is that the more they decline, the more social science data we accumulate showing how important marriage and family are. Since it is in our nature as social animals to form families, we should not be surprised that studies show married people report they are happy much more frequently than unmarried people. One recent study showed that among unmarried adults in America over the last 50 years, roughly the same number were happy as unhappy. But it showed that married people were consistently 30 percentage points happier over the same period than other unmarried people. In fact, the author of the study concluded that the decline in people reporting that they are happy over the 50-year period was entirely attributable to the decline of marriage rates. Another study showed that married men and women with children were happier than those who were married without children. Contrary to what popular culture and elite opinion suggest, married women with children were happier than people in any other category. And the least happy were those who were unmarried and had no children. Aristotle said that in having children, we desire to leave behind an image of ourselves. Children are a product of the love of their parents. Reproduction is a way of reaching out for immortality. It is through children that the love of spouses goes on forever. When we have children, we express gratitude for our own lives by ensuring that a part of our flesh and blood and something of our character will continue after us. We also show thankfulness for the society in which we were raised by raising citizens who will perpetuate it. Even if our parents and our society have not given us everything they ought to have given us, we can aspire to improve upon them through ourselves and our descendants. Children should be our source of hope for the future. Contemporary individualism and declining fertility have long-term material and cultural causes. The material conditions of society that contribute to individualism may not be susceptible to change through government policy. They're so deeply rooted in our society and its very structure that struggling against the material conditions of individualism may seem like struggling against modernity itself. But at some level, it must be attempted. What we must focus on is removing material impediments to marriage and having children, and fostering a culture that honors marrying and having children. This has been done successfully in Israel, and there is no reason to think it cannot be done in other developed countries. In America, we have a saying that no one dies wishing he had spent more time at the office. Work is important, but it is not the most important thing in life. It matters much more who will be there to remember us when we die. Parents must teach their children to marry and have children. They cannot take it for granted in this culture that they will want to do so on their own. It is especially important that they teach them that family and friends are more important than work, and the individual freedom to do whatever we please. By fostering appreciation that we are the recipients of unearned benefits and have unchosen obligations to those who will come after us, we can help overcome the liberal atomistic family and promote a sense of trusteeship toward our descendants. It is not surprising that our society, with its low fertility rate, suffers from ingratitude toward what it has inherited and despair about the future. The atomistic family structure of liberal societies is based on a false understanding of human nature. So if we follow it, we should not be surprised if individuals turn out to be less happy. Removing material disincentives to marrying and having children and fostering a culture of marriage that honors marriage and celebrates children is the way to happier individuals and a healthier society. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo się cieszę, że
I'm so happy that this lecture has opened our conference.
nie tylko historyczna perspektywa,
Not just a historical perspective of 200 years of these atomistic tendencies
budują kulturę
that
indywidualizmu
build the culture of individualism
kulturze
and are opposed to the culture of acceptance for family and childbearing.
zestawienie indywidualizmu,
It's a very interesting juxtaposition of individualism, hedonism,
państwo liberalne, które
and this pointing to the liberal state that wants to become our protector and the guarantee of our freedoms, and to present the family as the biggest threat to the freedom of man and woman today.
I ten ostatni wątek.
And this last theme, we who are recipients of those who preceded us, and we have this innate duty towards those who will follow us. Thank you very much for the first lecture. Now, I invite you to listen to the second lecture at our conference today. We got to know each other 10 years ago when Ordo Juris was being founded, and attorney Rafał Dorosiński, as part of the first project concerning family policy, began an analysis of the costs of family policy back in 2012 during liberal governments. Since then, he has followed family policy, and he's the architect of today's conference. Please welcome Rafał Dorosiński.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry Państwu, bardzo się cieszę, że
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
tyle czasu przygotowaliśmy.
I'm so happy that this conference that we took so long in preparing
I możemy wszyscy tu się spotkać.
has come to fruition, and we can all meet here and consider family policy and the causes of the demographic crisis that we're in
W którym znajduje się Polska.
and that Poland is in.
Proszę pozwolić, że będę
Let me
korzystał z laptopa
use my laptop
i w przedstawieniu swojej prezentacji.
as I show you my presentation.
Państwo, znajdujemy się
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a crisis,
kryzysie
in a
demograficznym.
demographic
W
crisis.
ostatnich latach
And in recent years, we've been hearing more and more about this headlines and headlines, and they tell us about new record birth rates, record all-time low birth rates. And it's a global problem too. In a UN report from 2022, it is said that 20% of the population live in areas where the birth rate is below 2.1, that is below the replaceability rate. And everyone is wondering where this crisis comes from, and everyone has an explanation. One of the most popular ones is that Poles want to have children, but for some reasons they can't realize their procreation plans. Research is cited that points to the difference between the reported ideal number of children and the actual number of children. It's the so-called fertility gap. That appears not just in Poland, but in most countries in the world. And we're hearing more and more about surveys that allegedly say that Poles don't want to have children. Reportedly, 1/4 of the respondents state this. So what's the reality? Is it that Poles don't have children even though they would like to have them? Because there is an obstacle, or because they just don't want to? First, let's deal with the first of these answers. They do want, but they can't. There are at least two serious doubts about this approach. First of all, the very statement about the ideal number of children is a result of some should be treated with reserve. So, as the authors stress, the relationship between these declared number of children, this is conditioned by culture, and this is changeable. The answer, they want to, but they can't, stresses the importance of institutional and economic factors. If the reason is external, like a bad financial situation, uncertainty, or a hostile state, then the improving of the economic situation could help them to fulfill their desires. But as we will see, the economic situation of Poles and the standard of living are improving. Our resources are growing, but our fertility is not. So these economic and institutional factors are not decisive, and this is corroborated by a number of data. First of all, this constant economic growth. So there's been a growth of 48%. There's been a big economic growth. So this improved economic growth means the elimination of wage gaps. So even though housing is far from satisfactory, it's improving all the time. By 2017, from the beginning of the transformation, the number of apartments rose by 28%, so more than in other OECD countries. Second, the opinions of Poles about their level of life. Poles are saying that they have a good standard of living, and the majority of them is happy with their life. Third, demographic booms took place in the afterwar period and during martial law. And fourth,
zamożność i jakość usług publicznych były
if
czynnikami determinującymi
wealth
poziom
and the
dzietności,
quality of public services determined the number of
znacznie więcej
children,
dzieci niż w Polsce.
then we would have more children in Luxembourg or
Gdyby
Finland. But
wystarczyło
it's not the
poprzestać na
case.
zachętach finansowych,
If
Korea Południowa
financial incentives were enough, then
demograficznego dynamiku.
South Korea
Jednak pomimo
would,
wydania przez 16 lat 200 miliardów
would
dolarów,
have more bigger fertility rates.
gdzie była. I
But it
pozostaje
still has a very low fertility,
0,78.
so it's 0.78.
Po piąte,
And fifth,
przed przeakcentowaniem znaczenia
we should not overestimate the significance of economic and institutional factors.
polegająca na odwrotnej zależności poziomu
So we have the reverse
poziomu rozwoju gospodarczego
relationship of
mierzonego skalą Human Development Index.
the fertility rate
Zasadą
and
jest, że im wyższe
economic
KPI,
growth.
tym niższa dzietność.
So the higher the Human Development Index, the
Nadzieję
lower
na przełamanie
the
tej
birth rate.
prawidłowości połączono swego czasu z krajami skandynawskimi.
So there was a time when the Scandinavian countries were thought to break this pattern, but in the last decade,
W tym momencie mógłby ktoś podnieść, że Europa Zachodnia ma
showed that this
generalnie
was
rzecz
not
biorąc
possible.
wyższe wskaźniki niż Polska.
now someone might
Co
say
mogłoby
that
wynikać albo być
generally
związane z poziomem
the birth
zamożności.
rate is higher,
Rzecz jednak
that in Western Europe the birth rate
że
is
wskaźniki
higher
te są
than
tylko
Poland.
pozornie wyższe. Otóż od 1/5 do aż 1/3 porodów w tych krajach stanowią porody matek urodzonych za granicą.
So this growth is due to births abroad, and this is shown in the table.
1/3 urodzeń.
For in Austria, 1/3 of births
Urodzonych poza granicami.
it's outside Austria. The same in Belgium or Sweden.
Wskazuje się jako
In all these countries
lepszą niż polska polityka rodzinna.
that are said to have better family policy than Poland. If we take away these births, it will turn out that their birth rate is very similar to Poland's.
Podsumowując, czynniki ekonomiczne
So to sum up, the economic and institutional factors, even though important, are ultimately not decisive.
Czy zatem Polacy po prostu nie chcą mieć
So
dzieci?
is it just that Poles don't want to have children at all, or more children?
Nie wiem.
I don't know this.
A do podobnych deklaracji sądowych
But similar statements should be taken with a grain of salt,
chęć posiadania większej
like
liczebności dzieci.
those statements saying,
O ile jednak
speaking about
teza, jakby do
a bigger number of children,
konieczne było dalsze polepszenie sytuacji materialnej,
but the claim that
z tym, co
the
obserwujemy,
economic status should be improved
teza wskazująca na
to
znaczenie
improve the birth rate
jest zbieżna z
is
obserwowanymi
just
trendami
proved to be
kulturowymi,
wrong.
które podważają rodzicielstwo. Wskażmy
Let's point out some of such trends.
Jako pierwszy można by wymienić
The first trend is something that's been called workism.
raport, który opisuje
You can see a report describing this phenomenon. The authors,
międzynarodowe badania
based on international research
i badania
and attitude research,
World Values
attitude surveys, the World Values Survey,
International Social Survey Program.
and the Integrated Values Survey, International Social Survey Program. They point
Ukierunkowane na pracę
that
wartości.
strongly work-oriented
Podstawy społeczne
social values
zarówno
and
mężczyzn,
attitudes
jak i
among
kobiet
both men and women are clearly linked to the decline in fertility rates in rich countries.
Może to łączyć,
And this can be linked to the importance that individuals attach to work as a source of value and meaning in life.
Wyrazem tego zjawiska może
An
być
expression of this phenomenon can be seen in a recent survey conducted in the US,
w większości Amerykanów
which shows that for most Americans, work and friends
bardzo ważne
are
jest
very
praca i życie.
important to a fulfilled life.
Za ważne do spełnienia
Children are
życzliwości
considered important to a fulfilled life by only of respondents.
Polska pomimo faktu
Poland, despite
wysokiego odsetka
the fact of a high percentage of declarations about the high value of family relationships,
w rzeczywistości
is in
jest
fact
krajem
rather a country with a strongly individualistic society.
którego mieszkańcy poświęcają na
And
pracę
here residents devote an average
830 godzin.
of 1,830 hours to work, one of the highest in the OECD and the second highest in Europe. In Poland, according to a survey, in 2019 about 11% of adults struggled with workaholism.
Wracając do wcześniej wskazanego raportu,
To come back to this earlier report,
zauważa się
I mentioned
w nim, że
it's noted that the lowest fertility rate occurs among women and men
którzy
who
jednocześnie
both place a high value on work and expect a high degree of gender equality.
to są te wskaźniki pierwsze od lewej. Wśród
These
mężczyzn.
are these indicators, the first on the left.
Co ciekawe,
First indicators on the
zauważyli
left.
także,
They also note that the development of institutional childcare
wzmocnieniu postaw
serves to reinforce work-centered attitudes and in the long run reduces fertility.
to ważna uwaga w kontekście
It's an important remark
w różnych krajach.
in the light of
Drugi
these daycare centers.
o którym
And the second trend
mówić jako
that we might speak about
prowadzący do
as leading to undermining parenthood, childbearing,
dyskryminacja matek.
is stigmatization and discrimination
Warto
against
kobiety
mothers.
zaczyna się obecnie postrzegać
The
przez
value of a
kobiety
woman is now beginning to be viewed through the perspective of the economic gains from her professional activities, depreciating the work she does at home,
jako nie przynoszącą
taking
żadnej
care of
pewności
children
finansowej.
as not bringing any tangible financial benefits, so being a burden
To
on the
negatywne
system.
podejście ma swoje
This
odzwierciedlenie
negative attitude is also reflected in stereotypes on language, including that used in Polish law,
dzieląc osoby na
which divides people into economically active and economically inactive, which implies that domestic work is no activity at all.
jest, że praca opiekuńczo-wychowawcza
It's a paradox that
może w Polsce liczyć
care
na
work
finansowanie ze strony władzy.
can count on government funding only if it's done by a kindergarten caregiver, and a mother doing it cannot get any support.
Przekonanie, że bycie matką jest zajęciem
The belief that being a mother is a low prestige occupation and that only professional activity can bring fulfillment and benefits to society is not entirely the result of spontaneous social processing, but it's the result of systemic equality policies pursued at the international and national levels. It's a clear reflection of the ideas promoted by feminist movements since the 1960s. Their message was and is simple. Personal fulfillment requires activities outside the home, usually as a career. Without a career, you can't experience fulfillment. Betty Friedan wrote of a mother caring for her children at home. Attached to these activities, she is detained at a lower level of life, deprived of the opportunity to realize her higher human needs. She declared with superiority that housewives are confined to comfortable concentration camps. A characteristic feature of this approach to the subject of gender is the conviction that society needs to be completely remodeled. And the main factor that causes discrimination is the sphere of sexuality, procreation, and labor. At the same time, consequently, radical feminists have been very hostile to motherhood, pointing to this patriarchal myth. They argue that natural procreation and the family perpetuate evils such as the appropriation of one's own children. They point to motherhood as oppressive. These highly controversial theses undermining the value of motherhood and stigmatizing women who choose to become mothers and care for children were directly reflected in international law. Organizations such as the UN and later the European Union proved to be an excellent tool for exerting political pressure on member states. By acting in their forums, radical feminists didn't have to seek public acceptance of their demands, could bypass national political structures in the literature. This model is called the boomerang strategy. So, as a result, all EU documents on demography care for the youngest children, or gender equality are pushing for one solution: increasing the supply of childcare services so that women return to work outside the home as soon as possible. What they have to say about motherhood is that it negatively affects women's employment rate. It's portrayed as a social and economic problem, the effects of which must be minimized through the implementation of specific top-down legal and non-legal solutions. So, the EU is pursuing policies which is, as research proves, quoted by the European Commission itself. Most women, after giving birth to a child, would rather not work outside home, or to limit their work. For example, in Poland, women in Poland prefer a long-term care. As many as 76% of potential mothers would like to stay with their child longer than a year. More than 42% would be ready to quit work. As many as 42 would be willing to give up work in favor of taking more care of the children, if the income secured by the father was high enough to support the family. So, unfortunately, motherhood, the home and the family are presented as promoting inequality and the patriarchal social system. And the third trend that affects, that undermines childbearing and parenthood is the sexual revolution. According to one of the most important demographic theories of the past 30 years, the theory of the second demographic transition, the essence of the phenomenon of declining fertility lies in the post-World War II re-evaluation of norms and attitudes from more altruistic to more individualistic, especially in the areas of sexuality, marriage, and family. This re-evaluation, which was cemented by the third wave of feminism in the 90s, is perfectly evident in this year's position paper published for World Sexual Health Day by the United Nations Population Fund. That's like the credo of the contemporary approach to sexuality. It lists all the main points: sexual identity and expression, self-care, self-realization, bodily autonomy, and freedom from unwanted children through access to contraception and abortion. And it denounces any stigma and discrimination. UNFPA reduces sex to autonomy, consent, and pleasure. And this is by no means an isolated approach. WHO standards that you must have heard of, they present this kind of policy, as we can see in the slide. A similar approach is presented by the Declaration of Sexual Rights of the IPPF. According to its key principles, it is sexuality and the pleasure derived from it is a central aspect of being human, whether or not a person chooses to procreate. And the purpose of sex education, according to UNESCO, in turn, is not to educate, but to provide the child with accurate, realistic, non-judgmental information. Professor Kochanowski, who is part of this trend, at the beginning of his book, he explains how he understands sex and the circle that he represents, how his circle understands it as a recreational activity.
Technik samozaspokajania przez
An infinite repertoire of behaviors from multiple techniques of self-pleasure to sex with two or more people and countless configurations of sex, positions, places, times. Sex can be an enrichment or friendship, or it can simply be a nice way to spend time with friends or strangers. Sex is fun.
tego typu poglądy
This kind of
sączone i przekazywane
views
młodemu pokoleniu
are
przez dziesiątki,
forced down the young generation
różnych zajęć,
through
warsztatów,
hundreds of different classes, workshops
organizacje pozarządowe, które
by NGOs
permisywnej edukacji seksualnej
that
forsują.
foster this kind of permissive sex education. It's hard not to link it with
Rozpowszechnieniem się postaw hedonistycznych,
the widespread
małżeństwa
hedonistic attitudes
nie traktują jako priorytet.
that do not treat marriage as a priority.
Czwarty trend.
The fourth trend,
Akcentowanie indywidualizmu,
overemphasizing individualism and autonomy.
że osoby deklarujące,
Let me just mention here that those declaring that they don't want to have children were asked this year by the social research studio IBRIS about the reasons for this attitude.
lęk przed obniżeniem komfortu,
They pointed to fear of diminished
obawę o niemożność realizacji
comfort in life, the fear of not being able to pursue their passions, and that they don't like children.
na decyzję o nieposiadaniu dzieci.
And it's like in the USA.
Bezdzietnych Amerykanów
The only factor influencing the decision not to have children indicated by more than half of childless Americans is the desire to maintain personal independence. Another survey, polls on raising children, puts into an interesting perspective how the dominant model of parenting is changing.
potrafiły walczyć
Today's parents care most about their children's future. So they want them to be able to fight for their causes, have their own opinions, and do not yield to others as many people, and pursue personal happiness.
współpracę z innymi,
So features like altruism, cooperation with others
zdecydowanie dalej w prezentowanym.
are far less, are further in the hierarchy.
Na przestrzeni tych lat zyskała w liczbie zwolenników jest niezależność.
So the value that has gained most over the years is independence. As recently as 1990, only 12% of respondents indicated it as important. Today it's 51%.
Piąty trend.
The fifth trend
Relatywizm,
is relativism
rozbicie małżeństwa jako normy.
and
Tu krótko
broken families as a norm.
istnieją prądy ideowe, które
There are ideological
otwarcie
currents
formułowanym celem
whose openly formulated goal
jest rozbicie
is to
norm
shatter the norms associated with motherhood, fatherhood, parenthood,
samego rozumienia tych pojęć.
and to devastate the very understanding of these concepts. At the end of her famous book, Second Sex, the icon of second wave feminism, Simone de Beauvoir, declares nothing is natural. This assumption that nothing is natural proved
Sama idea, że heteroseksualna prokreacja jest naturalnym,
proved fundamental to Judith Butler and queer theory, for which the very idea that heterosexual procreation is natural is harmful, must be reformulated. Queer theorists admit that their goal is to deconstruct and destabilize categories of gender and sexuality. In order to break down so-called heteronormativity, they question all norms and rules surrounding sexuality, including incest and in general, everything that's considered the norm and normal behavior.
zniechęcanie do rodzicielstwa.
Finally, the fifth trend, discouraging parenthood.
Nie trzeba długo szukać.
You didn't have to look far.
W magazynach, gazetach,
In magazines, newspapers, in the press,
jak tutaj.
to find articles like those we see here.
Zaledwie kilku dni można było
And
przeczytać
in just a couple of days, on August 21st, you could listen, you could read an article titled,
jak nie ma się dzieci, to
sometimes,
żyć.
sometimes they say, if you don't have children, why live at all?
3 dni później.
But those who have children
Stało się przekleństwem.
by choice,
Dla córki
they
jest
don't feel any emptiness. And maternity has become a curse.
5 dni później, 29 sierpnia.
5 days later, on August 29th,
Lenistwem,
you could call it You could call it laziness.
Ja to nazywam szczęście.
You could call it an unwillingness to sacrifice. I call it happiness.
Na temat wspaniałości
And then
posiadania dzieci.
text about the wonders of not having children.
Tego samego dnia
On the very same day, we could hear an article, read an article.
ten tytuł został po jakimś czasie
You still
zmieniony.
think it's not an illness? After a time, the title was changed.
Tak wygląda w środku organizmu kobiety w ciąży.
This is
Każdy wie, co
what
się
a
dzieje.
pregnant woman looks like.
Można by pomyśleć, że
inside.
to jest fantastyczne przystosowanie, wzbudzające wręcz
This is what a pregnant woman's body looks like.
stworzenie, że ciało kobiety jest zdolne do czegoś takiego.
One might think that this is a fantastic adaptation, how wonderful we were created.
Gazety, to
But
raczej
from this newspaper's perspective, it's more of a horrible phenomenon.
w artykule. Niestety, wiele o tym
We can read in this article, unfortunately, many forget this or simply don't know how much havoc pregnancy wreaks on our bodies.
Kilka dni później
A few days later, another,
muszę się tłumaczyć, że nie mam dzieci. Ich
I have
nie jest niczym dobrym.
to explain why I don't have children. Having them is nothing good.
Przykłady można by mnożyć.
These examples could be multiplied,
Nie łączyć tego z rosnącym trendem.
and it's hard not to link it up with this growing trend, with this hostility towards motherhood.
To jest przykład kampanii, która próbowała
It's an example of a campaign
podnieść
that tried to raise the issue
konieczności czy wartości
of the necessity or the value of motherhood,
ograniczenia czasowe.
pointing that there is a time
To
limit.
nie zna wieku. Płodność tak.
Beauty knows no age, fertility does.
Reklama włoska.
So it's an Italian advertisement that caused a storm, accusations of fascism. It shows the disproportion of how the public debate is being
Powstrzymanie
held.
katastrofy klimatyczne.
stopping the climate catastrophe.
Ruch klimatycznych podnosi alarm.
Some climate movements are raising the alarm by calling for a reduction in fertility rates.
Dzietności następuje w bogatych krajach, które
It's worth noting that the fertility decline is occurring in rich countries that are best positioned to develop the technology needed to curb climate change. Countries with declining populations and shrinking economies are unable to invest in green technology. And here we have a calculation of how much it costs to have a child and how it translates into CO2 emissions.
Jak w takim razie powinniśmy reagować?
So how should we react? I'm drawing to an end now. It seems that
Polityka kulturowa
the cultural policy that we should implement,
powinna zdecydowanie większy akcent kłaść na
family policy,
kwestie kulturowe.
should put more stress on cultural values.
Nie wszystkie z takich działań
But of course, not all of such actions could be taken up by the state or governmental agencies.
które państwo może w tym zakresie
But there are actions that could be taken by the state.
może finansować.
First of all, it can financially support non-governmental initiatives and circles that present motherhood in a positive way.
Wstrzymać finansowanie
And it can also stop financing
tych działań, tych projektów,
those projects and
które
initiatives
się za tego typu tendencjami.
that are behind this kind of tendencies.
Ciągle jest czas.
There is still time. There is still hope. Our situation is not that of South Korea or other countries that have hit the bottom low fertility rates.
Prowadzenie mądrej, dobrej polityki,
So adopting
obejmującej
a good,
nie tylko pomoc finansową, nie tylko
good
poprawę,
governmental policy. It's not just financial help and improving social services, but also promoting
działają w obszarze kultury.
promoting
Jest
cultural
tym kierunkiem, który wydaje
initiatives.
się, powinniśmy jako państwo, jako
This
społeczeństwo,
is
jako środowiska pozarządowe,
the policy that we, as a country, and all those interested in the good of the family, it's these initiatives that we should take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rafał, for the whole number of data that you gave us, interesting information, which is an addition to the diagnosis that we want to have today. Before we come to the answer, what to do, what shall we do further? And the last words, the last part of your speech made us think that today we are facing a very important challenge, and our today's meeting, conference, is not just an element of answering the question in the modern times, because yesterday we had a close meeting with social organizations from Lithuania, Czech, Hungary, with all our friends that have the same questions related to demographics and the cultural answers. For the whole day we had been discussing our presentations, our speeches, our notes, because we knew that the situation is very bad. But we know that we have to do what Ambassador Dorosiński said. What next? Our next speech, the last in this part of the speeches, will be from loving work to loving labor, from loving love to loving labor, the influence of feminism on institutions. Our expert, Belinda Brown for University College London, who studied the phenomenon of feminism for many years and also published lots of work during the last years. Yesterday, during our talks on feminism, I opened my eyes wide, getting to know some really, really important facts on the whole movement. And I would like to add from myself that the kind of coronation of this day was the talk that we had in Polish. Please, Belinda Brown, come to the stage.
I'd like to thank Oda Oiris very much for inviting me. Bardzo dziękuję. Okay, so I'm going to talk about feminism. After 3 generations of feminism, the vast majority of women are participating in the workplace. They have wages equal to, or sometimes better than men's, till they are 40. They are doing better in the education system than their male counterparts. They have all the things which feminists fought for, yet they are less happy than they have ever been before. Where work used to be a choice for better off women, it is now a demanding obligation for us all. There is allegedly a great deal more sexual harassment and abuse. Women are not marrying or having children at the rate that they would like to. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah. The rate that women are having children is the black line, and the coloured lines are various different surveys showing how many they'd like to have. Men are no longer able to support families, with the result that the majority of women are expected to work, even when their children are tiny babies. This is something which would only have been reserved for the poorest women 200 years ago, and so on. Now, lying at the heart of all of this, I believe, is the feminists' willful blindness to the profoundly supportive and protective role which men have played for millennia. Now, I don't have space to talk about this. It's a really big topic, but if anyone would like to know the extent, or have some idea of the extent to which throughout history men have taken the most burdensome work, suffered the brunt of the harshest laws, been sent out to battle, and supported women in a whole host of ways, I would recommend that you read this book, Martin Krefeld's The Privileged Sex. It's quite an eye-opener if you've had generations of feminism taught to you. The picture which feminists painted and continue to paint about men poisons and disrupts relationships between men and women, and most importantly, marriage, which is the cornerstone of our society to this day. I will be using the UK as a case study for how feminism shapes a society. Other countries may not have the same systems. However, wherever it is found, feminism will shape society in similar ways. Now, feminists have always made it clear that they regard men providing financial support for women as the root of all evil. Quotations can be easily harvested from the wealth of feminist writing. Here I have an example from Selma James. She set up the International Wages for Housework campaign, and this is her speaking in 1983. The wage relation is not only a power relation between waged worker and employer, but between those workers who do and those workers who do not have wages. This is the material basis of the antagonism between the sexes. Whether or not we are in a relationship with men, let alone a dependent relationship, women's dependence in society generally sets the terms of the relationship between all men and all women. Women, the poorer sex, are the socially weaker sex. Men, more powerfully, financially, can exercise social power against us in every area of life. That's what feminism's been teaching women. This is the nub of patriarchy, seen as a system of oppression and exploitation of women by men based on the economic power of the husband and father at home. Sorry. Sorry, my laptop jumps around, excuse me. Przepraszam. Okay. And feminists have been clear that they want to get rid of him. For example, here is Germaine Greer in The Female Eunuch. She says, women's liberation, if it abolishes the patriarchal family, will abolish a necessary substructure of the authoritarian state. So let's get on with it. And this is Kate Millett, who is extremely influential in her day. Why are we here today? To make revolution. What kind of revolution? The cultural revolution. And how do we make that cultural revolution? By destroying the American family. And how do we destroy the family? By destroying the American patriarch. And how do we destroy the American patriarch? By taking away his power. And as you see, it goes on. And how do we do that? We destroy monogamy by promoting promiscuity, eroticism, prostitution, abortion, and homosexuality. This is what feminists have been setting out to do for decades. Male support for the family, or patriarchy as feminists like to call it, was and is regarded as a cause of many problems. In the UK, it was described, here we go again, it was described, as the cause of marital breakdown in a highly influential document without any supporting references. Inequality is not a recipe for wedded bliss. It is, on the contrary, one of the main causes of marital breakdown. Male support for the family was described as the cause of violence against women by the United Nations, and therefore the economic independence of women was regarded as crucial. Another sociologist described it as psychologically crippling. The wife of a more successful provider became, for all intents and purposes, a parasite, with little to do, nothing except indulge or pamper herself. The psychology of such dependence could become all but crippling. It was even given as an explanation for men abandoning their children. Now, the best way of getting rid of this dependency on a male was believed to be by getting rid of marriage, as this was seen to be its cause. So, for example, Baroness Hale, who became the first woman president of our Supreme Court, is on record as saying that marriage should be abolished, although she was herself married twice, and the second time for 49 years. Baroness Hale's words were taken seriously, and a few years later, Professor Carol Smart explained that while abolishing marriage might sound unpopular or unrealistic, tackled properly, it could be done. It would be far more effective to undermine the social and legal need and support for the marriage contract. This could be achieved by withdrawing privileges which are currently extended to the married heterosexual couple. Such a move would not entail any punitive sanctions, but would simply extend legal recognition to different types of households and relationships, and would end such privileges as the unjustified married tax allowance. Illegitimacy would be abolished by realizing the right of all women, whether married or single, to give legitimacy to their children. Welfare benefits and tax allowances would also need to be assessed on the basis of individual need or contribution, and not on the basis of the family unit. These ideas are embedded in our policy to this day. Firstly, Baroness Hale, a few years later, changed the Children's Act in 1989 by introducing the clause, "The rule of law that a father is the natural guardian of his legitimate child is abolished." Thus, she ensured the mother could achieve legitimacy without the father around. Many British children have Baroness Hale to thank for the fact that their father is not in their lives. This has had a profound and extremely destructive influence on the family and removed the father from a great many families. Different types of households and relationships which Carol Smart called for have been introduced through same-sex marriage. This places the emphasis on the erotic relationship between two individuals who cannot sexually reproduce. It undermines the meaning of marriage as the creation of the family and the continuity between generations. Same-sex marriage also demolishes the idea of husband and wife. These are roles and identities which can only exist in relation to each other. If there is no such thing as a husband, there is no such thing as a wife. Undermining the economic support for marriage was achieved in 1990, but by some well-known feminist politicians and academics. They produced a document for a government think tank called The Family Way. This explained that the Labour Party wanted to remove the discriminatory nature of the married couple's tax allowance so that it could be used equally by both spouses. However, the feminists argued against this because such a measure would still provide financial support for marriage, which they regarded as indiscriminate. It would be far more efficient, more targeted, they explained, to use public resources to support children and those who care for them, i.e. women, as men have already been excluded by Baroness Hale, rather than discriminate according to the parent's marital status. They recognised that a shift of resources away from the married couple's allowance would, of course, affect married men's take-home pay. They acknowledged that this might be politically unpopular, but discussed strategies by which it might be done. What they did was set up a system where everyone, even married families with children, were treated as individuals. The family of two working individuals living with their children would benefit infinitely more from the personal tax allowance liability and from the higher rate tax bracket than a single earner family with a similar income. On top of this, they manipulated child benefit, tax-free childcare allowance, and child benefit tax charge in ways that ensured any family where the woman dared to not work would miss out. So today, if one parent earns all the money so the other parent can stay at home, they will be significantly financially disadvantaged. Most countries in Europe treat the family as a unit and allow income splitting or transfer of allowances, which brings the tax bill down and gives genuine choices about childcare. In contrast, our tax system is skewed against parental choice and individual enterprise. It encourages parents to take on 2 modest jobs rather than 1 good one, and penalises those who prefer to specialise their roles as primary carer and primary earner. The truly appalling and unjust family policy is how we do welfare. Unlike tax, we have universal credit, which does treat the family as a unit and calculates payments on household income. This makes some sense in that it would be mad to pay a stay-at-home mother welfare if she's married to a millionaire. The flip side is that it actively discourages any kind of couple stability. If you're on low or no income, your partner or spouse moves in with you, their income is added to your income, and on which welfare payments are calculated. Young mothers on low income stand to lose out on all their universal credit if they move in with their partner, let alone marry them. It's a very strong disincentive against getting married. The couple penalty is the single biggest barrier to marriage among low-income couples, and as marriage is a source of so many valuable social goods, this turns marriage into a social justice issue where a marriage gap has built up between rich and poor. So you can see that among the least well-off in society, marriage becomes an increasingly rare social good. So this is poverty types. So the orange line at the top is a female householder with no husband or parent will have the highest levels of poverty, and the red line is the lowest levels of poverty, the married couple. Among the least well-off in society, marriage becomes an increasingly rare social good. So by the age of 16, in low-income households, 65% of children are not living with both parents, and in high-income households, 39% of children are not living with both parents. Among mothers with children under 5, 87% of those in the higher income groups are married, compared to just 24% of those in lower income groups. Latest figures from the ONS show that 76% of new mothers in the top 2 social groups are married, compared to just 28% in the bottom groups. Marriage hugely improves the lives, incomes, health and well-being of the married couple and their children. It is an enormous asset which we should be providing to the poor. So marriage, or rather the absence of it, is actually the linchpin through which social inequality is reproduced. Poorer people are much less likely to get married, and because they don't get married, they have all the disadvantages which result from an unstable family life. The result of these policies has been that the UK has the highest rate of family instability in the developed world, which comes with the concomitant problems of poorer educational and employment outcomes, poorer rates of health, higher rates of crime, and many other disadvantages. Family breakdown has been estimated to cost the UK £51 billion a year in tax, benefits, housing, health, social care, civil and criminal justice, and education. And we have recently in the UK introduced no-fault divorce, which has simply made things worse. This is accompanied by really steep declines in the rate of marriage. The result is the actually tragic situation where 76% of our 20 to 24-year-olds say that they want to get married, but only 55% actually ever will. The decimation of marriage is bad for individuals and society. It reproduces and magnifies inequality. And what should particularly concern feminists is that it is not what women want. The first really significant declines in marriage coincided with female employment, and this was interpreted in various ways. It was believed that now women were working, they were no longer dependent on a patriarchal relationship and striking out for independence and so forth. But actually, there was and is no consistent relationship between female employment and rates of marriage. And researchers realized they were looking in the wrong place. What was actually happening was that the increase in female employment coincided with a decline in male employment. This was a period which saw severe declines in manufacturing, a weakening of the unions, and a decline in levels of male education. It was the hit to male employment rather than the increase in female employment which was causing the decline in marriage. So while female income and education have an important influence on marriage, that influence is inconsistent. But if we look at the influence of the man's level of education, his employment and his wages in various combinations, the influence goes all one way. Male employment increases chances of marriage. Feminists might not like it, but males with decent employment is what women actually want. I'll run through some findings. Firstly, we find that career stability increases male marriageability. Oppenheimer conducted longitudinal research on the topic and found that while earnings levels affected male marriageability, the effect of career stability was even stronger. Course conducted qualitative interviews which revealed the mechanisms of this. On one hand, men who had employment issues doubted their competence as providers and their attractiveness as potential partners, and therefore expressed a fear of enduring commitment. Women also had anxieties about commitment to what they saw as unreliable men. Zai et al. Looked at the role of economic potential of both men and women, and again found that women's earnings did not affect the likelihood of marriage. However, men's earning potential clearly accelerated marriage progress. Another study explored how a cohabiting couple's relative economic contribution affected the couple's transition to marriage. Their findings were strong. The higher the man's annual earnings, the greater the likelihood of marrying rather than continuing to cohabit. Having a college degree increases the odds of marrying by 150%. Full-time male employment significantly reduced the odds of separation. The odds of marriage or separation could be predicted from men's economic characteristics alone. Harknett and Kuperberg show how labour market conditions explain the positive relationship between educational attainment and marriage. If less educated men had equally good labour market conditions, the difference in marriage rates between the educated and uneducated would reduce. Labour markets were related to marriage for fathers at all levels. Orta looked at marriage rates among non-college educated adults, and he breaks down the data according to class and race. Patterns of marriage almost follow directly the male wage for each ethnic group. Another striking finding is it's not just the male wage which is important, but the relationship between the husband's and wife's income. Women appear to sense that if they earn more than their husband, this could threaten their relationship. In fact, when there was a probability that the wife's potential income would exceed her husband's actual income, wives would distort their labour market participation to avoid a gender role reversal in earnings. They'd start doing more housework. Couples where the wife earned more than the husband were more likely to report being less happy in their relationship and experienced higher levels of strife and a greater likelihood of divorce. Research from Denmark showed that at the point at which a wife's wages exceeded her husband's, he was more likely to suffer from erectile dysfunction. Orta conducted an extensive and methodologically rigorous study which looked at how declines in US manufacturing impacted on male and female wages and how this in turn impacted on fertility and marriage. A particularly startling finding was the way in which lower wages impacted on men and women differently, where in situations where only the woman's wage decreased, this had the effect of lowering the fraction of teen births and produced an even greater decline in the proportion of out-of-wedlock births. They suggested this was because of the relative value of men's wages increased for women. Although this wasn't the sole driver of change, they argued it could account for about 30 or 40% of the observed change in the prevalence of marriage. Marriage is beneficial for male productivity. Bradford-Wilcox shows not only does employment encourage marriage, but family formation has strongly beneficial outcomes on male productivity, with men increasing their earnings, firstly when they're in a relationship, then when they get married, and then when children come along. This is known as the marriage premium, and it is particularly intense in the younger years. And just as we see positive links between male employment and marriage, so we find extensive evidence to suggest female employment has a negative effect on marriage. This has all been particularly relevant to the UK, where we've had a serious worsening of men's economic position. While there will be many causes for this, a contributing factor is likely to be the whole tranche of feminist policies which have resulted in a significant decline of male performance in education, which unfortunately is not viewed as a problem by our Department of Education. If you then add into this the extreme way in which the male wage has been totally devalued by our system of tax credits and benefits, which seems designed to make it advantageous for a woman to kick out even a working man from her home, you will see we have an extreme problem on our hands. If male income facilitates marriage and increases in marital stability, paying attention to male income would have a cascade of beneficial effects. In the light of this, it is the case that male employment is worth policy attention and economic investment. Some policy suggestions include looking at the long-term implications of male educational outcomes. This would include not just trying to achieve equality in terms of male and female educational outcomes. Women do much better than men. There are many more at university. But where boys are lagging behind, but also paying more attention to technical training and apprenticeship opportunities for boys. It means investing in industry, large-scale infrastructural projects, preferably in those areas of high male unemployment. A number of concerned organisations have proposed changes to the marriage allowance, which would increase the value of the male wage. It also means looking at employment rights in general and moving towards more stable forms of employment. Some people might object to these sorts of measures because they distract attention from the alleged gender wage gap. However, the policies outlined here focus attention on the least well-off in society. Here, the gender wage gap is significantly smaller and sometimes goes into reverse. It is only in the professional classes where the gender wage gap is larger. There are a number of reasons to suppose that the least well-off women in society do not share the same concerns about the gender wage gap as their better-off feminist sisters. As we have seen, women in these lower income groups very often do not have the benefits of a husband or even male partner to support them. These women would probably be glad to see their sons, brothers, and even potential fathers for their children earning a bit more money. Evidence suggests that better off women take much longer out of the employment market than their poorer women when they have children, despite the fact that they lose so much more money by doing so. This is likely to be partly because wealthier women have husbands who can help support them whilst they take maternity leave. Their poorer sisters might also choose to take more time off their maternity leave if they had husbands who were able to provide a sufficient income to support them as well. It is also the case that these less well-off women may have less interesting jobs and therefore prioritise children more. Research conducted has shown that women who don't do further education are much more likely to work fewer hours. It may well be that women with lower incomes are simply less motivated by employment. Raising the levels of marriage will result in more two-parent households, which will also increase the number of fathers involved with their children. This also increases the opportunities for mothers to work if that's what they want. Some conclusions. The feminist concern with female dependency has over the past few decades caused an obsessive concern with the gender wage gap and a great deal of research and policy focus on individual earnings. However, most people live in family groups where their quality of life will be determined by the income of the whole household and the number of people living in it. By drawing attention to the male wage and the role this has in family formation, it becomes apparent that ordinary women are not as concerned about being at least partially dependent on men when it comes to setting up a family and running a home. In fact, once we start looking at female wages in the wider context of the whole family, we find new explanations for the gender wage gap start to emerge. The feminist understanding of the wage gap is that women spend more time looking after children because men earn more than they do. If women earned more money, this situation would simply be reversed. This is not what evidence suggests. For example, evidence suggests married mothers call on the earnings of their partners to reduce their own work hours than mothers in other household situations. There is evidence which suggests that mothers with high wages use their extra earnings to buy themselves time with their children. Finally, there is evidence that men who'd like to spend more time with their children are unable to do so because the mothers want to look after them. This suggests that the wage gap is not a consequence of women being compelled to take primary responsibility for childcare. Rather, because these women are married to better off men, they're able to spend more time with their children than they would be able to if they were less well off or single parents. If this is the case, the wage gap is an expression of the choices which better off women have. Because they have well-paid husbands, this enables them to spend more time with their children than they'd be able to if they were less well off. This is why the wage gap is higher among the better off. The evidence suggests that feminist ideology discussed in the first part of this essay is diametrically opposed to how women feel and what women want. Women want men to earn more than them, and they are much more likely to marry them when they do. When women start earning more than men, nobody is very happy, and things don't work out particularly well. And the wage gap, far from being created by the patriarchy, was something created by women. Because if women have men to love them and provide for them and their families, the women want to love their men and their families, and they tend to place a lot less emphasis on work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent lecture. In 30 minutes, it really pulled down a lot of tenets of traditional feminism. So the issue of the wage gap and the difference between the Marxist trend of feminism, which perceives a family as a nexus of power relations, to what we heard in the end, that mutual sacrifice spouses. So we show the sources of problems, but we also notice some ready answers. Because where this ideology and also planned action, we saw that implementation of this radical Marxist ideology, where this ideology puts concrete legal or political instruments that affect the family. We have to respond with something opposite and care for the family. It's the coffee break now till 12, and after it there will be another session. We'll hear two excellent speakers, Mark Regners and Joseph Beckholm. So it's a 30-minute break now.
Professor Mark Regnerus. Professor Mark Regnerus is a sociologist at the University of Texas,
Austin Institute for Study of Family
and he's also the president of Austin Institute for Study and Culture. He's also our friend. We cooperate with him very closely, our institute, and we are very proud of it and very glad. Please welcome once again Professor Mark Regnerus. Please take the floor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be with you on this wonderful anniversary. I think I've been familiar with Ordo Iuris for most of that 10 years of existence, with which I'm very pleased. Today I want to talk to you and take you on a little bit of a tour of adult relationship behavior, leaning on components of my 2017 book, Cheap Sex, The Transformation of Men, Marriage, and Monogamy. But I'm going to do that a little bit differently, while walking alongside some remarks from Paul VI, his embattled encyclical Humanae Vitae. And I'm going to share with you some thoughts about that document in light of what I learned while writing Cheap Sex. Humanae Vitae is quite a document, if for no other reason than it was blessedly short and to the point. It is not a product of its time, unlike so much content in the realms of sexuality and relationship behavior. And it is under fire within the church, sometimes in the form of direct criticism, sometimes more indirect, up to the present. When Paul VI wrote it, the advent of hormonal contraception was just a few years old, and its legal status in many places was still muddy. But as I detailed in Cheap Sex, the pill was the first and key sexual technology responsible for the condition of the current mating market. Forgive the quality of the slides, last-minute edition. When parenthood can be planned carefully, it's going to take longer and longer for the people to marry, and they will invariably have fewer children. While the pill was originally pitched to enable married women to have 2 or 3 or 4 children instead of 6, 7, or 8, we all know that we're far from those scenarios today. Fast forward 50 years, and we can think of additions to the new questions and changes, unquote, that Paul VI wrote about. In the domain of sexual relationships, for example, I can add the following about the United States. 1 in 3 American women say they had first sex in their current relationship either before it was a relationship or on the first day of the relationship. It's now common. And if 1 in 3 American women said that, slightly more men will say the same thing. We also continue to see a 1 percentage point decline per year for 40 years now in marriage among 26 to 34-year-olds, kind of that sweet spot of marrying. 49% of adult men say they have used pornography in the last 6 days, and that was 5 years ago. It's not going down. 21% of married women in America thought about leaving their spouse last year. 18% of American adults aren't sure if extramarital sex is wrong or not, and 11% think it's fine. It's ironic that Paul VI wrote Humanae Vitae amid the scholarly conviction that the population bomb was upon us. That, of course, has fallen apart. China has shifted its ill-fated, odious one-child policy to a 2-child and a 3-child policy, while it and other nations are coming to the realization that it's very difficult to stimulate births once you've been quite effective at curbing them. It is a structured problem. The old law now lives on in their minds. In fact, you cannot pay people enough to have children. And the people who want children, you don't have to pay them at all. It's quite a conundrum. And while I admire Poland's 500-plus, family 500-plus policy, it spends a ton of money, and it may not do all that much to solve low fertility. In my mind, better to spend lavishly on families after they have that third child than spend modestly starting with the first. It's one of the greater ironies in economics and public policy that Western leaders continue to press for greater and greater access to fertility control at the same time that our economists are worrying about the future labor force being too small. But it highlights one of the most common situations in the study of sexual behavior and family decision-making. We know the empirical evidence reflects kindly upon self-control, hard work, delayed gratification, stable marriage, and monogamy. And yet everywhere we see law and policy being tailored to the margins, toward alternatives, options, without so much as even lip service paid to what is best practices. What industry or domain of life do we do that in? It makes no sense. One of Polassek's observations was the challenge of adhering to church teaching on contraception. He states, quote, "Though this fidelity of husband and wife sometimes presents difficulties, no one has the right to assert that it is impossible," unquote. It's one of those bits of logic, true at face value, that is increasingly challenged, not by reason or science, but by the power of narrative. I concluded Cheap Sex with a final chapter entitled "The Genital Life." This is a narrative that indeed asserts that fidelity is likely impossible, or at least unhealthy. It's not true. But what is data in the face of compelling stories that people are constantly told? As one of our interviewees leveled with us, he said, "Sex is like a big, 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 big part of everything right now," unquote. It's now a hallmark of the good life, signaling that sexual expression and how poignantly people experience that is seemingly close to the heart of being human. This advent of the genital life coincided with a shift in the dominant language around sexuality and its expression from that of sexual desires to wanting to that of sexual needs in the service of well-being. Its language is now dominated by public health, psychiatry, and increasingly law. Quality sexual experiences are now perceived to be just as pivotal to human flourishing as clean air, potable water, edible food, shelter, and antibiotics. While our most distant ancestors were no doubt acquainted with sexual pleasure, they associated it with a process that also occasionally produced babies. Meanwhile, about the fertility part of sex, we seem to have become ambivalent. The very word procreative is typically met with eye rolls and open contempt. That's what I mean by the genital life. It goes hand in hand with what John Paul II identified as the contraceptive mentality, meaning that sex is increasingly thought of as having nothing to do with fertility. Paul VI goes on, quote, "The example of countless married couples proves not only that fidelity is in accord with the nature of marriage, but also that it's the source of profound and enduring happiness, unquote. In fact, happiness is a recurring theme in Humanae Vitae, because Paul holds that this is a key quest of the human person. Near the end of the encyclical, he notes, "For man cannot attain that true happiness for which he yearns with all his strength of spirit, unless he keeps the laws which the Most High God has engraved in his very nature," unquote. He's on to something. The concerning narratives of interviewees aged 18 to 23 that I detailed in my previous book before this, 18 to 23-year-olds, their stories had nothing, absolutely nothing, on the partner counts, one-night stands, regrets, pain, addiction, infections, abortions, wasted time, and spent relationships that I heard about when I wrote this book about 24 to 32-year-olds. All of it in the service of what one writer called industrial sex, whose promises far exceeded its deliveries. I don't know if it's true of Poland, but a majority of American populations does not know how to form enduring sexual unions anymore. Practice doesn't make perfect, and we are not drowning in happiness today. On the contrary. Meanwhile, the most organic citizens in our midst, those who are skeptical about the boundless premises of the sterile and undisciplined life, are commonly portrayed as restrictive, misogynist, backwards. And yet on the surveys, they're the most happy. Among the many ironies that greet us in the domain of human sexuality, this is one of the most profound. But classic sexual restraint, typically more the product of social control rather than personal control, that fosters a future orientation that dovetails quite well with a productive life. Now, Blessed Paul VI really starts speaking my language in Article or Section 17 of Humanae Vitae, where he moves into mapping the territory of the social effects of artificial hormonal contraception. He said, quote, "Let people first consider how easily this course of action could open wide the way for marital infidelity and a general lowering of moral standards. Not much experience is needed to be fully aware of human weakness and to understand that human beings, especially the young, who are so exposed to temptation, need incentives to keep the moral law, and that it is an evil thing to make it easy for them to break that law." This, I hold, is the real genius assessment. Whereas I've deferred to the church on matters of individual use of contraception, I frankly don't study individuals' behavior here. I specialize in social behavior and can affirm the logic that Paul VI uses here. For the past dozen years, I've studied what is called sexual economics. I just think it's a helpful set of tools to explain much of the behavior I see in what could be called the mating market. So I'm going to go back one slide. This mating market. A mating market is an invisible social structure in which the search for a partner occurs, whether it's for one night, for an entire life, or something in between. That search occurs in a sort of a pool of people, right? A pool that used to be one particular whole when my grandparents occupied it. Now it is segregated into separate corners, distinctive markets. The market in short-term relationships on the left, the market in long-term relationships, including marriage, on the right. I realize the talk of marriage markets sounds a little utilitarian, unromantic, and objectifying, but it need not be. It simply recognizes that people do not meet other people randomly, nor do they meet whomever they wish and do whatever they want after they meet them. There is constraints, which is good. So when Paul VI notes the need for human beings to have incentives to keep the moral law, I'm quick to assert that he's 100% correct, and of course he's using economic language. He also said it's an evil thing to make it easy for people to break the law. That is in part what contraception does. At some point, while I was writing Cheap Sex, the book, I happened to watch the HBO series, The Pacific. The last episode features the surviving characters returning home from war in the Pacific on Okinawa, 1945. One returns to Alabama, another returns to New Jersey. In the case of each of them, it becomes obvious as you're watching this that regardless of what the young men would want sexually, and regardless of what they had suffered in the past, marriage was considered the only intelligible way not simply to access sex, but to live your adult life. And that these men who had sacrificed so much on the battlefield were going to have to sacrifice some more in order to be considered marriageable by the women in their community who protected and policed each other in the domain of relationships. Marriage was the only stable way to access legitimate sex, and then everything began to change. Over time, this wide uptake of contraception split this relatively unified mating market into distinctive corners. Hence, this large pool of single men and women out there no longer functions in the way it did prior to the pill. To my grandparents, sex implied commitments because it risked pregnancy and therefore required sacrifice. But as young adults age, they tend to drift towards the marriage market, meaning they intentionally start to think seriously about marriage and intend any sexual behavior to pursue that goal and serve that goal. But given their distinctive biological clocks and sexual preferences, men and women tend to drift at different paces and at different times. Men are slower to move towards the marriage market, and it affects the power dynamics there profoundly. Since men are rarer in the marriage market, because some of them are back over here on the sex side of things, they call the shots more in the marriage market. And even if particular men don't call the shots in their own relationships, the women who do tend to recognize the risk. There's more at risk for her leaving than for him. Women talk about settling for some man. Men don't really do that. In the end, more and more women are left out of marriage, something they had wanted. Men are left to themselves for a slow self-destruction. There's little shelter offered anyone in this market. Every man and woman seems now on their own. She hopes for dignity and respect, but she's not sure she can get it. We are more free, but also far more vulnerable than many wish to acknowledge. Contraception was a trade-off, and it had consequences. Back to Humanae Vitae. Paul said, quote, "Another effect that gives cause for alarm is that a man who grows accustomed to the use of contraceptive methods may forget the reverence due to a woman, reduce her to being a mere instrument for the satisfaction of his own desires, no longer considering her as his partner whom he should surround with care and affection. you read that and you start to think, how in the world did we ever think this was such a bad document? Contrast that story to Kevin's. He's a 24-year-old we interviewed in Denver for my book. Here's Kevin talking. Girls are more emotional than guys. Simple as that. Girls get attached more. Girls are easier to mislead than guys just by lying or just not really caring. If you know what girls want, then you know that you should not give that to them until you see the proper time. And if you do that strategically, then you can have really anything you want, any form you want, whether it's a relationship, sex, or whatever. You have the control, unquote. That's what he told us. Now, Kevin sounds like a jerk, a very bad man. But it's hard to tell him that his strategy will not work, because it has, for him and many others. In light of comments like his, Paul VI's claim is also rationally defensible, even apart from religion. He said, quote, "The church is convinced that she is contributing to the creation of a truly human civilization. She urges man not to betray his personal responsibilities by putting all his faith in technical expedients." Technical expedients. What has happened in the domain of sex and relationships is nothing short of a concerted accomplishment of technology in the service of human consumption and objectification. Paul worried aloud that the atmosphere was decreasingly favorable to the growth of chastity, and that license would prevail over liberty. Well, that is our world today, and no change of administration, legislature, or court composition is able to overcome that, or overcome this concern of Paul's. He says, "Everything, therefore, in the modern means of social communication, which arouses men's baser passions and encourages low moral standards, should be condemned publicly and unanimously by all those who have at the heart the advance of civilization and the safeguarding of the outstanding values of the human spirit. It is quite absurd to defend this kind of depravity," unquote. Cheap sex was not only a function of the wide uptake of the pill, but it's also about the technology that made online pornography so accessible and even easy meeting via dating apps possible. What we have no choice but to do is figure out how to move forward in spite of the fact that all of this is in the building. Now is not the time for virtue signaling. I'm not on dating apps. I never look at pornography. It's not the time for virtue signaling. When people are sick and wish to be well, they need to be helped. They don't need to know what you have done or not done. There are other parts to Humanae Vitae that seem similarly accurate, but increasingly unreachable. Paul leveled with his readers about how the state should consider the primacy of the family. And then he counsels on policy regarding a problem that is today just no longer the problem. The family, he said, is the primary unit in the state. Do not tolerate any legislation which would introduce into the family those practices which are opposed to the natural law of God. For there are other ways by which a government can and should solve the population problem, by enacting laws which will assist families, and by educating the people wisely so that the moral law and the freedom of the citizens are both safeguarded. That the population bomb never exploded is evidence for us of how things change in ways we don't anticipate. I think it's fair to say that 10 years ago, roughly when I first got to know Ordo Iuris, we weren't really thinking about transgender and giving medicine and surgery to gender dysphoric adolescents. We weren't thinking about people calling themselves non-binary, okay? Things change, and not always in directions that we expect. Cheap sex has been mass-produced with the help of two distinctive means that have little to do with each other. Wide uptake of the pill, mass-produced high-quality pornography, made more efficient by online dating apps. They drive the cost of sex down, make real commitment more expensive, more challenging to navigate, and they've created a massive slowdown in the development of long-term relationships, especially marriage, putting women's fertility at risk, driving up demand for infertility treatments, and they've taken a toll on men's very marriageability. This new regime is becoming the norm in the West, the template for evaluating relationship development. And it has changed how men and women perceive themselves, their sexuality, each other, and what's the point of relationships. Cheap sex does not make marriage unappealing, it just makes marriage less urgent, and then subsequently more difficult to pull off. There was a trade-off, like economists say. In the wake, human sexuality has become anything but natural. It is not green. Once something that belonged to the natural world, sexuality is now characterized by a postmodern dualism, the consumptive, malleable body housing the essential self. Those who balk at this kind of talk are considered misfits. We're threatened with social isolation, shaming, a tactic that Aldous Huxley's characters in Brave New World were well acquainted with. And the human society that results from wide uptake of various sexual technologies will be filled with the pursuit of pleasure, but it will be relationally unpleasant and lonely. People starving for love and real connection. The world seems to be unwilling to admit that cheap sex has come with strings attached, and that Paul VI was right, whether we like what he wrote or not. I just don't think fertility will bounce back when sex is cheap. I hope I'm wrong. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję za tą świetną prezentację.
For this excellent presentation.
Ta koncepcja
This concept
sexual economics
of sexual economics is absolutely unique
na polskim rynku, w polskiej debacie
on the Polish market and Polish public debate, because it shows how the pill or pornography affect the breakdown of family life. So intuitively we know, and very often we point to moral doubts connected with contraception and pornography, but in themselves they don't always explain the mechanism. The mechanism which causes the destruction of the family and marital relations, family relations. I find it very important, valuable, and I know these mechanisms have been very well presented in Professor's book that was presented to you. Once again, thank you very much for this excellent speech. Now let us move on to the next speech. Our guest and speaker is Joseph Backholm, who's a senior fellow at the Family Research Council, one of the best-known institutes dealing with family policy in the United States. Joseph, the floor is yours.
I have no idea what you just said about me, so I hope it was good. It's good to be with you. I know that we are about to have lunch, and so I will try to get you there quickly. You've received a lot of great information, and what I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes is kind of the 45,000-foot level at which this debate is happening, because we've talked about some very intimate and private things, and sexual habits and sexual customs within subcultures. But really, I think we need to see this as an air war, ultimately between good and evil, truth and lies. And this is a manifestation of that. And I think that we will engage more effectively if we understand what it is that we are dealing with. So it won't feel like I'm talking about birth rates most of the time that I'm talking, but eventually I will get there. Does secularism have something to do with declining birth rates? And that's what we're going to talk about. But to set up the point I want to make today, I want to talk about worldview. And in the United States, this is a kind of a hot topic in the Christian world, and in this term of worldview. And it really goes to understanding the different assumptions that we make about life that inform our different perspectives. And I'm going to define this term for you in a way that I hope is helpful. But in order to do that, I want to imagine this scenario. And this is something you've probably seen an exercise like this before. And they're having a debate about whether this is a 6 or a 9. And they can't come to agreement. And of course, there are different ways that they could perhaps resolve this debate. And when we have a discussion about it, oftentimes people will say, well, if they get on the same side so that they are looking at it from the same perspective, then they will come to agree. But of course, we know as a matter of logic, just because two people agree does not mean that they are correct. So we, as Christians, are most interested in finding out the truth of a matter. So how do we find out whether something is in fact true, not just find agreement? And to do that, I want to define what a worldview is and remind us that every single person in this room and every single person in Warsaw and every single person in the world has a worldview. Most of us are not conscious of what our worldview is. Our worldview, and I will define for these purposes today, is our assumptions about origin, meaning, morality, and destiny. Now, what are those questions? The question about origin, where did I come from? Now, I don't mean my parents. I mean, where did we as humanity come from? There are essentially two most popular answers to this. One is a naturalist assumption, which is that our existence is random. It's the result of eons of very fortunate mutations over time that led to a single-celled organism emerging from a mud puddle, and over time it turned into us. That's naturalism. Of course, the competing theory, the one which I and most of us would share, is that we were actually created by God for a purpose, on purpose, and that our existence has intentionality, and it's in our best interest to find out what that is. But, and if you go to YouTube, there are like alien theories, and there are multiverse theories, and so there are some other theories, but primarily there's a creation story and then there's a naturalist explanation for our existence. But the second question, meaning, does my life does my life matter? Does it have meaning, and why? Of course, the Gnostics have long argued that no, life does not have meaning. But why do Gnostics feel that way? Because they have a naturalist assumption about origin. We were not created for a purpose, and so the idea of ultimate meaning can't exist because there's not someone who can give us ultimate meaning. But other people would say, even if they have a naturalist assumption, that yes, my life has meaning. It's not ultimate meaning, but I find meaning in adventure, in pleasure, in philanthropy, in whatever I enjoy that gives my life meaning, so it has meaning to me, and that's ultimately all that matters. The biblical answer to this question is that we have meaning because we were created in the image of God. And the fact that we exist and reflect His image gives our existence significance, regardless of what we're capable of doing, what we're not capable of doing. The fact that we're created in the image of God makes us significant. And then we find out the purpose that He created us for. The third question is morality. How do I know what is right and wrong? And we are all aware that there are lots of different opinions about the answer to this question. Some would say, as we would, God determines what is right and wrong. He's the source of truth. He's revealed that to us in Scripture, and He's the one who decides. Others would say, well, public opinion determines right and wrong, because right and wrong is really a social construct created by religious organizations to oppress people and to control them. Right and wrong doesn't really exist. It's just a matter of opinion. And public opinion changes over time. And so what right and wrong is will change over time. Still others would say right and wrong doesn't even exist. It's not a thing. So we're not going to worry about what is right and wrong. Just don't hurt anybody else. And that's kind of the limiting principle that they would provide. And the last question, of course, is destiny. What happens when I die? And we have different perspectives about this. If you have a naturalist set of assumptions, your beliefs about what happened when you die is probably nothing. I just cease to exist because I'm not a soul, I'm not an eternal being. I expire when my body dies. Of course, the biblical answer to this question is that we stand in judgment before our Creator for what we've done in this life, and we will either be reconciled to God through the sacrifice of Jesus, or we will be sentenced to eternal separation from God because that's what we prefer, because we don't like God. So those are kind of the answers to that question, and then of course reincarnation is the other, probably third most popular answer to this question. So the point here is understanding that your beliefs about these things have a radical influence on how you live and how you exist and what you think. So when we go back to this question here, we'll revisit this for a moment. The best way to resolve this question is to go find the person who put that there. If these gentlemen are debating, is this a 6 or is this a 9, the best way to find the truth of the matter is to go ask the person who put it there. But of course, there's an assumption that I just made that someone put it there. Now, what if I tell you that this scenario is playing out on Mars? And these are the first 2 people to ever be on Mars. And as they are engaging their Martian walk, they have discovered this digit that looks remarkably like a 6 or a 9. Now, in that situation, you can't go find the person who created it. This is a tremendous coincidence, because there's no reason to believe there's ever been an intelligent force there who would have put that on there, and they're just like, wow, what a surprise, that looks like a 6, or that looks like a 9. But if we assume that someone put it there, the best way to find the answer to the question is to go consult the person who created it. Now that scenario is at the heart of most of our cultural issues today. Take, for example, the transgender question. Can I modify my body to make it align with my mind and my sense of how I feel about myself? That makes sense if there is no one to consult about what my body is for. So if you have a naturalist assumption about where we came from, there's no creator to go to say, why was I created this way? Why do I have the reproductive system that I have? But if we were created on purpose, if my design, if my body has a purpose, it's in my best interest to go find out who made it and why did they make it that way. Now, how your worldview affects your view of yourself. Our combination of assumptions about origin, meaning, morality, and destiny dramatically affect the way we see ourselves, and I'll illustrate how. This is essentially a summary of a biblical perspective, which says I was created by God with a purpose. My life has meaning because I am created in God's image. God determines right and wrong. He revealed his will to us in the Bible, and I will give account to God for my decisions when I die. That's a summary of a biblical worldview. But a naturalist person, this person looks remarkably like the first person, but they have a very different worldview. So they would say, my existence is an accident, and it was without ultimate meaning or purpose other than what I give it. I determine for myself what is right and wrong. I am not accountable to God for the things I do in this life, and what I do in this life has no effect on the next life, if there is one. Now, these people might grow up in the same home. They might live on the same street. They might work in the same office. In many ways, their lives are similar. But when they view life, when they have different assumptions about who they are and where they came from, it should be no surprise that they are going to operate and make different decisions. So the next slide will determine how our worldview of ourself affects the decisions that we make, what we do, how we operate in life. Because the naturalist on the right would say, I am the final authority of right and wrong. I should trust my feelings. My feelings guide me to truth. Do what makes you happy. And that is a moral framework that we all recognize, because that is the dominant moral framework in the West today. But if you have a different set of assumptions, you would say, I should obey God even when I don't feel like it. I can't trust my feelings. My feelings guide me to hell. Do what God says is right. Now, this is the reason why I have 4 children, and I ruined every Disney movie for them. Because every time a princess in the Disney movie would say, follow your heart, we would pause the movie, and I would say, children, where do you go if you follow your heart? And they all know the answer is hell. And then we would continue the movie. Because this is a dangerous worldview. Now, this is how our worldview affects how we see ourselves and then how we behave. Is a summary of these things. But our worldview also affects the cultural battles that we are engaged with. Now, my body, my choice is a very popular slogan where I come from. Now, you guys have the good sense to not allow abortion. We are hopefully heading that direction. But my body, my choice is usually used in support of the abortion argument. But what I tell people in America all the time is that we should see this slogan not as a political slogan, though it is, but it's really a statement of faith. Some of you probably go to churches where you recite liturgies, the Apostles' Creed, on a regular basis to remind you of the things that are most important. This statement of faith is loaded with meaning about where I came from, who determines what is right and wrong, and who is in charge. My body, my choice assumes I wasn't created for a purpose. I belong to myself. I determine for myself what is right and wrong. So, if I get pregnant and I don't find that baby to be convenient or conducive to my personal happiness at the moment, it's my right to get rid of it. It's my body, my choice. That's the argument. And in the American context, we typically associate this with the issue of abortion. However, that's too narrow. This symbol, of course, we associate with all manner of LGBT things, same-sex marriage, the sexual revolution, all of those things. But what we quickly see is that the arguments are fundamentally the same as they were in the abortion argument, which are, I wasn't created for a purpose, my life has no ultimate meaning, the purpose I find in my life is pleasure, and because I'm accountable to no one other than myself, if these kinds of relationships bring me happiness, or if this kind of behavior brings me happiness, who are you to tell me that I shouldn't be able to find happiness in the way that I deem best? It's my body, it's my choice. We recognize this in the gender issue as well, and I've already addressed this. Once you deny the fact that we were created for a purpose, and once we accept the premise that we are in charge of ourselves and accountable only to ourselves, if I reach a situation where I decide that my mind is not in alignment with my body, or I just want to mix it up and I want to do something different in life, and it seems kind of popular to identify as the other gender, and I think that's going to make me happy, who are you to tell me that I shouldn't be able to do that? Because it's my body, it's my choice. We see this on the continuing effort to allow physician-assisted suicide. The premise is the same. The purpose of my existence is happiness. If my body, because of a physical illness or mental distress, is no longer providing me the kind of happiness that I desire, then it should be my right to determine my life no longer has a purpose, no longer has any meaning, and we should all celebrate my desire to end my life because it is, after all, my body, my choice. It's also why we are seeing growing efforts to destigmatize and decriminalize prostitution. And sex work is even a rebranding of prostitution in a way to destigmatize it. And again, we will start to recognize the theme here. If I belong to myself, if I'm the only one who can know what will make me happy, and if I have determined for myself that the best use of my body is to commoditize it, either because I like it or because I like the money, who are you to tell me that I shouldn't be able to do that? It's my body, my choice. So what we see is there's a theme running through all of these cultural issues that are actually very connected, that fundamentally begin with our assumptions, our worldview, the lens through which we see reality when we determine what is this world that we are living in and who am I in it and who is in charge of it. Now, with that background, we can talk about how this worldview affects our birth rates, because what we have seen is that our worldview affects what's important to us, who's in charge. Why are we alive? Why do we see ourselves? What's the purpose of our lives as we understand it? So, why people don't have children is directly connected to their worldview and what they understand the purpose of their life to be. Now, this already today, we've heard many of these points already made, but we're going to go through them anyway. Reason number one, financial reasons. We can't afford to have children. That's a real constraint for a lot of people. And when you survey and ask, why do you not have any children? They say it's too expensive. And as the father of 4 children, it is very expensive. It's true. But the second is career reasons. They do not want children to interfere with their professional goals. I have things that I want to do in my life. It's my career, my choice, And I don't think that children will make it easier for me to accomplish the personal goals that I have. We're familiar with those. There are also personal reasons unconnected to careers. Some people may not like children, or they may not feel that they are cut out for parenthood. This is a surprisingly common answer to this question. And fourth, environmental reasons. This is increased over time because there are a lot of people, young people, who are concerned about overpopulation, climate change, or other environmental problems. And what we see in the States, and you know the kind of the phenomenon taking place in our country, where we have about a third of America who now thinks boys can become girls. So we have a real mental challenge. But the same place, the same environment in schools that is convincing people of that is also telling them that the world is about to blow up because they are, eating hamburgers and driving cars and mowing their lawn and using air conditioning. And so there are a lot of people who are genuinely, sincerely afraid that their kids won't have a planet to live on if they have them, and they just think we're like the last train out. And so it's an equally big problem, but it's one of the a growing reason to why they're choosing not to have children. But all of this, and again, these concerns make sense from a naturalist set of assumptions. If you think that we are just here in charge of ourselves, that there's no God superintending our existence, and that for some reason we're going to be able to just make ourselves expires because of our lawnmowers, then that really does follow from a naturalist set of assumptions. So let's summarize that. Why don't people have children? Because of their value system. They value money, career, comfort, or their political perspectives, their environmental concerns, more than they value children. That is a worldview. That is a value system. Wherever you grew up, whatever your parents taught you, whatever your church teaches you, you learn, you get it's the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but they talk about the ordered loves. The things that we love and loving them in the right order. And part of mature living is understanding what's good and what's best. And you put what's best above what's good. And good careers are good. Money is good. But they're not better than children. But that's something that you learn over time to value because of your worldview. So this data shows, this slide talks about the fertility rates by religious attendance. And so the yellow line on top is those who attend weekly or more. The red line is less than weekly. And the blue line is non-religious people or who never attend. And what you'll see there is very consistently those who are religious in the sense that they are committed to religious observances, they have more children. That is not surprising because by virtue of their religious attendance, their religious observations, and the commitments that indicates, they will also value children more than they will value vacations compared to their neighbors. And so they will make different choices that lead to different that lead to different fertility rates. And so what this indicates for us is that if we want to change the fertility rate, we really have to change what people think are most important. Another data point, in the United States, the most secular states have the lowest birth rates. For example, the birth rate in Vermont is 1.55 children per woman. Vermont is the state that gave us Bernie Sanders. So if you know who Bernie Sanders is, that will tell you something about Vermont. 1.55 children per woman, while the birth rate in Utah is 2.29 children per woman. So in Utah in the States is actually a predominantly Mormon state, but it is very religious, very pro-family. And so by virtue of that, we see that's a significant difference in birth rates. But now, the average number of children born per woman over a lifetime, given current age-specific fertility rates, and the 3 points here, the black triangles are from 1970. That's how many children women were having in 1970. The white triangle is how many children they were having in 1995. And then the blue bar at the bottom is how many children they're having in 2021. So we see that in most places between 1970 and 1995, dropped below replacement levels. And almost everyone, except for our friends over there in Israel, are currently below replacement levels. So this indicates a challenge, and we know something about Israel, don't we? That might explain why they have a different fertility rate compared to their friends and neighbors, is they have a culture that greatly values legacy and family and generations, and the entire history of the Torah and the Old Testament and the Israeli experience is a generation and a nation that God uses and extends and expands through family. So that value system that they have absorbed from a very early age is having very practical implications. One final point, and this just shows, I'll give you a moment to understand the information. It basically compares the years 2022, and 2023. And then the colored line in the middle shows the percentage of change between 2022 and 2023. And I've, of course, circled Poland down there, and you'll see there was a decline in fertility in 1 year, in those 2 years, of almost 10%. Now, it's likely that COVID had something to do with that. I don't know but you'll see across the board, again, Portugal is the outlier in this particular survey, which it seems something good is happening in Portugal. Maybe lots of good things are happening in Portugal. But this gives us a glimpse of the problem, of the challenge that we're dealing with. But what I would like to leave you with, and everyone else has said this today as well, there are lots of demographic questions. There are real concerns about the sexual revolution, the impact that that is having on people's minds, the challenges in forming relationships. But primarily, in my estimation, this is a question of value systems. What do we love? What have we learned to love? And what are the consequences of those things? And so if we want to, as we would say on my side of the pond, make Poland great again, or make America great again, it really is a function of helping us to love the right things. You need great movies that make family really appealing and really attractive. And we need to glorify the virtuous and the beautiful and the enduring. And we need to make a legacy of family far more interesting than a vacation to Greece. That's how we solve this, because we all have a picture of the good life in our minds. And right now, the picture of a good life that most people have is based on self-fulfillment and pleasure. And as many other speakers today have said, it isn't actually leading to their happiness. So more today than at any other time, people are open to alternatives, and we should provide that for them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your great presentation and for this clear attitude that you showed us. That's totally your style, how you show that those basic assumptions on who we are as human beings influence and all the clue debates that we take part in, all those debates that provokes so strong emotions, and all the debates that are related to the most important things like life, family, children, our sexuality and who we are. It's a great presentation. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go for the lunch, I would like to tell you one thing, and please be patient for 2-3 minutes, because I would like to invite the representative of the movement Light and Life, who will present us in those 2-3 minutes an application, a family application that would allow to apply, by the way, those values that we have heard of today, that would allow us and the families, the marriages to flourish, to be in bloom. Artur, please come and say what you'd like to tell us. Good morning. This application, the marital dialogue, we can't stop following the innovations and updates. I would like to quote something that was very important to me. You, Catholics, you behave as a pastry place, but even though you produce the best muffins ever, you have an old inscription, old board that your great-grandparents had put on your shop. So we would like to make it more innovate. Something like we invented a car date, a car marital date. On one day, 14,000 people in 7,000 cars in 79 cinemas were gathered at the same time, and through 19 radio stations was played a program that was leading the discussion among the marriages, the spouses. As a fact, it was created internet course about marital communication. And since we have nowadays a pandemic of divorces, we have prepared an application that would allow us and help to support the marital dialogue. Because very often in the media we have those emotional life, and this is why we should be there. We should be present in this area. If we want to reach out to people, we can't just stay and be in one-way communication like preaching and teaching. The digitalized form of communications that are open to interaction give us much bigger possibilities. For marriages, we have worked a tool that is a kind of that, thanks to our third hand, the telephone, and it invites us to work on our marital relationship and on ourselves. We have known for a long time that the marital relationships need to be cared for in order to prevent any kind of loosening. But the moment that shows where the communication between marriages, between the spouses and people came up, the pandemic. It showed not only the problem in communication, but also it showed us how unable we are to live in a family all together that stays a long time together. People watch films, watch how to cook, how to live safely. But as a society, we don't really learn how to live safely in the society, and it does not really apply for our family life. This application is free of charge. It's a very good tool. It offers podcasts, videos, and all these sources would show you how we can develop thanks to the application. Have a close look.
Domowy Kościół. Żywa wspólnota. Czas spotkania. Wspólna droga. Bycie razem. Aplikacja Dialog Małżeński. Aplikację można pobrać za darmo w sklepach Google Play i App Store. Poleć aplikację swoim bliskim i znajomym.
This application would be a kind of animator that would mobilize you to have this marital dialogue. It makes and enables to create a conscious relationship, to be more honest, to name the potential dangers for the marriage and the family. This application will show the power of marital relationship. We have to meet people in the place where they are. We have to be in their telephones in order to reach out to them. This application gives us such a possibility. If we do we need such a kind of form of helping? I think yes. Since the 10th of September, we have 5,000 downloads of this application. So it means 10,000 people used it. I have just 3 requests. The first one, please download it. The second, promote it in your environment. And the third, maybe the most important even. You can be the heart of this project. It's an open project. You can join it. All this content that is here can go directly to the the final audience. So please feel welcome to download it in Google and App Store, and you also have the leaflets with the QR code. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. Dołączamy się do zachęt.
Thank you very much. We join you in this incentive and promotion of this application. We think that we need such initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we start our lunch break that would finish at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. sharply, the last part of our conference would start, where we would talk about further cultural aspects of the demographic crisis. Please come back to us because great speakers would join us. And of Hungary's Institute for Demography and Families, Mary Kopp Institute, Arpad Mesaros, who will speak about the meaning and the value of the marriage to make the fertility birth higher. Actually, it's hard to find something more to the point than this marital institution. So please, welcome on the stage and take the floor.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here with you, and thank you very much for coming and listening to me after a perfect lunch. A few years ago, I heard that it is quite difficult to have a lecture, to give a speech after the lunch at the weekend and when the sun is shining. The only thing is that the sun is not shining, but the others are there. So I hope that I can convince you to follow me and not sleep. Difficult to start to talk about such a kind of interesting and high-level lectures given by our earlier lecturers. But I would like to pick up where Joseph has just finished, that family and having children is much more important than travel to Greece. Yes, I do believe that it is the essence when we need to start thinking about how to move forward. And the lecture, the speech I would like to draw your attention is about the significance of marriage in attempts to overcome the demographic crisis. Europe and the European Union, as part of it, is undergoing a major demographic transformation, a transformation that will profoundly shape the continent's future in social, cultural, economic, and competitive terms. Europe's weight in the world's population is shrinking to less than 10% in the visible future. The European population is not yet in drastic decline, but it is due solely and exclusively to large-scale immigration, mass migration, often illegal, that has begun to transform European life, both ethnically and culturally. In none of the European countries do fertility rates reach 2.1, as we heard, the level needed for replacement level, and it is a real challenge. Unfortunately, when looking at the EU statistics as a whole, this way, okay. When looking at the EU statistics as a whole, it is clear that both the birth rate and the number of marriages, which are considered to be a prelude to childbearing, are on decline in Europe. If we take into consideration the population projections for Europe 2025 and 2100, according to the three versions of the UN population projections, is a nightmare. Even in the best occasion, means that Europe will lose its importance, taking into consideration of the population and from this perspective, from an economic importance in respect of the whole world competition. I'm sorry. If the demographic winter rapidly continues, as the third, the green line shows, in respect of its worst effects, the shrinkage of the population of Europe is not going to be only alarming, but it will be visibly devastating for Europe. I wanted to show you some tables, evolution of the number of marriages in the V4 countries, the Visegrad 4 countries between 2010 and 21, and also the divorces. numbers. When we are looking at those tables, we can see that looking at the trend in the number of marriages, the number of marriages in Hungary doubled between 2010 and 2021, and that's why I wanted to show it, because there is some hope. And the number is 72,000 marriages was taken into consideration in 2021, which was a huge number, taking into consideration the 2010 number, which was half of it. The last time there were more weddings in Hungary than today, it was only in 1986. The Czech Republic and Slovakia also saw a significant increase in the number of marriages between 2010 and 2019, but it is likely that the restrictive measures introduced in response to the coronavirus epidemic could lead to a decrease in the number of marriages in both Visegrad countries in 2020. In Poland, the number of marriages decreased between 2010 and 12-20. Before starting to increase 2014, but slowing down in 2019. For the EU 27 as a whole, the number of marriages decreased slightly by 3% to around 2 million, approximately 2 million marriages in 2021. And I do believe that it is a real challenge for whole Europe. I also wanted to introduce the numbers of divorces, because the number of divorces has fallen in all Visegrad countries compared to 2010, with Poland by around 31% and in Hungary 37%. And these numbers show that something has changed in Central Eastern Europe in a way. Okay. I also wanted to show you with a chart what happened in Hungary. Since 1920, the population of Hungary had increased until 1980. Since 1981, the population has been steadily declining. And if you take into consideration the number, this 1 million people, it is 10% of the population of Hungary. It is a huge number. So we just can't go around without thinking about these changes in population of our country. Okay, and another important issue which should be raised, and it is the changes in the number of women aged 20-39 and over 60 in Hungary in the last 2 decades. It is visible and very effectively shown by this chart that when the woman aged over 60 and older are increasing in number, and it is a good thing. I wouldn't say that it is a problem. It is a good thing, but the problem is that at the same time, the number of women between 20 and 40 years old is declining steadily, which means that less women are in a less women are in the position to give birth in Hungary, and the circumstances and the environment is therefore even more challenging to fight against the demographic winter. Okay, I also wanted to show you some numbers in respect of demographic challenges and demographic changes in Hungary. The only real challenge is that even though our family policy is helping to overcome very important issues, at the end of the day, we need to face the fact that the number of the population is declining, but not in the way as it happened, as it would have happened if we remained on the same situation approaching demographic issues as the government and the society took it in 2010. More than 150,000 babies were born because the family policies were introduced in Hungary. It means a whole city and not a small city in Hungary. So I do believe that it is a very visible fact which should be taken into account when we are talking about the effectiveness of family policies. Okay, so when we are talking about family policies, we need to see that the Hungarian family and population policy model offers solutions that work and that have been able to improve Hungary's demographic situation substantially, even in spite of the unfavorable Hungarian circumstances, such as the significant decline in the childbearing age group. Hungarian family policy has adopted a number of specific, often pro-family measures, many of them aimed at the well-being of families, with a focus on the family as the most important community, and the marriage as the most stable form of intimate relationship, respect for tradition and life. Hungarians are traditionally a family-friendly nation who wish to have more children than are born. And this is why Hungarian family policy aims to break down barriers to having children and create decent conditions for raising them. The message of the Hungarian example is that having a family and having children cannot be a privilege, and it's not just a private matter, but the most personal public matter, which must be fought for and acted upon in order to preserve Europe and European culture and values. Okay, marriage has always been the most common and accepted form of relationship in society, despite the fact that there were many types of relationships before also. Since the second half of the 20th century, alternative forms of cohabitation have become increasingly accepted alongside the traditional form. Although society is still pro-marriage, cohabitation is becoming more common across Europe. Consequently, children are often born outside the marriage. In Hungary, 48% of children were born out of wedlock in 2015, but in recent years, the proportion of children born in wedlock has started to increase again, and, quote, in 2022, the proportion of children born in wedlock increased to 75%, the highest in 25 years in Hungary, quote, unquote. So that's why we are here. There is a serious issue in Hungary, the decline of the value of marriage in Europe. Hungary has achieved that it turned back and the importance and the acceptance living in a marriage has become again a value in Hungary. The dynamic increase in the number of marriages has been accompanied by a decrease in the number and proportion of children born out of wedlock. This is also a high figure in the EU, with only Greece, Croatia and Lithuania having higher rates than Hungary. These years in France, only 36% of children were born to married couples. The link between marriage and fertility has long been taken for granted by demographers. Fertility studies show that in stable relationship, in marriages, children wished for are born and more children are born. In higher income countries, the positive relationship between TFR, the total fertility rate, and marriage is less clear, as many Western European countries still have high fertility despite the fact that the majority of children are born out of wedlock. In Northern European countries, couples marry later and unmarried women have high rates of childbearing, yet these countries have some of the highest fertility rate among developed countries. In the US, the average age of first marriage increased from 23.9 in 1990 to 25.3 in 2005. During this period, the fertility rate was about 2.1, so the replacement rate was manageable for the US. But between 2005 and 2019, the average age at first marriage increased more rapidly, reaching 28 years in 2019, and fertility declined significantly over this period, with the TFR falling to 1.7 in 2019. And I do believe that these numbers are shocking and drawing our attention that something should be done, although the picture is complex, but at the end of the day, the challenge is very visible. Looking at the fertility in European countries since 2009, the studies highlights that even in high-income countries, married people have more children than unmarried people. In Ireland, Albania, Turkey, Montenegro, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, married women have on average 2 more children than unmarried women. And also in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, married women have 0.6, 0.8 more children than unmarried women. These data illustrate that the marriage effect has a strong influence on fertility. There is a significant correlation between having children and marital status in Hungary, according to the Hungary study 2001, which shows that more than 2/3 of married couples have children, compared to 45% of cohabiting couples and 7% of singles. Looking at the trend in the number of children, it is clear that the average number of children is highest in married couples and much lower in cohabiting couples, also almost the half of it. The nature of the relationship therefore increases the probability of having a child and the number of children in the family. The number of children perceived as ideal is also higher for married couples than for those in other non-marital statuses. On average, married people consider 2.26 children in a family to be ideal, cohabiting couples 2.14, and singles 1.88. Another important statement is that the desire to start and expand a family is particularly high among married people. Hungarians, as I mentioned, are pro-family and pro-marriage nation, as indicated by the fact that the number of marriages per thousand in Hungary doubled between 2010 and 2021, as I mentioned. And this trend has continued to rise steadily in the COVID period, while the EU member states have experienced a decline. In 2021, the number of marriages per thousand inhabitants was the highest in the EU member states in Hungary, compared to an average almost half of it in the other EU countries. Hungarians still consider marriage to be the most ideal form of living together, especially for raising children, as evidenced by the fact that 75% of newborns were born within marriage in 2022, compared to the 59% in 2010, as I mentioned earlier. This is now an outstanding achievement at international level. After Greece, Croatia, and Lithuania, Hungary and Poland have the lowest rate of out-of-wedlock births among EU member states, while in France, Portugal, and Bulgaria, 6 out of 10 babies are born out of wedlock. In this chart, I wanted to show the trends of changes in marriage and divorces in numbers. It is very visible that the divorces could be helped to be decreased, and the number of the marriages now is increasing very visibly in Hungary. In 1987, the number of divorces in the country was remarkably high, but now the number of divorces at a 6.5-decade low. It was back in 1958 when fewer couples divorced in Hungary. And the reason for it, you can ask the question, of course. Strengthening families is not only a major task in material terms, but also in spiritual, intellectual, and cultural terms. The family is the unit in which a person can truly fulfill his or her potential. Satisfaction with life, inner balance, and self-confidence are health-promoting factors, and the family is the most important source of these. Research shows that people who are happy, love, and are loved by their families live longer. Having a child is a life task. It gives meaning to life and a secure future for society. The family is a source of strength because its members help each other in a loving community. They relate to each other differently than outsiders. In Hungary, close family ties and marriage are the strongest form of social support, far more than all other forms of relationship, and this is because of historical reasons and because of the traditionally family-oriented mentality of Hungarians. Being married and being a parent is a source of strength precisely because of the relational embeddedness. With the number of marriages on the rise, divorces in decline, the most important question is how this will affect childbearing and family formation. In recent years, the Maria Kopp Institute for Population and Families has carried out a series of studies on the motivations for having children in order to gain an insight into the attitudes of families with children and the factors behind decisions to have children. Our researches show that marriage as a relationship form is primarily a characteristic of couples with or expecting children, and the intention to have children being one of the main factors for marriage. The proportion of married couples increases in line with the number of children. For those with children, the proportion of cohabiting couples shows a decreasing trend as family size increases. Okay, there is a chart about it, and it is very visible. What have been said about married and cohabitation partners having children. So in fact, not only the scientific community thinks that the importance of marriage is a defining one. Our survey results show that marriage is an accepted and timeless social institution in Hungarian society as a whole. Respondents consider it to be the most effective form of relationship for having children, and it is also generally agreed that those who are serious about their relationship will eventually get married. Marriage was seen as more important than average by more experienced older respondents, those living in towns and cities, and the religious respondents during the surveys. Marriage was seen as an important social institution not only for having children, but also as a stable, worthy of preservation and emotionally beneficial relationship. The proportion of people who strongly disapprove of marriage was markedly low. The latter were typically younger, less educated, lower income, non-religious metropolitan residents. A key research question for the future is how people consider marriage as an important factor for having children. In our survey, just over 52.2% of respondents said that over the half of the respondents said that the couples should get married before having a child. This leads us to conclude that married couples are more likely to have children together. Our other research also shows that the importance of marriage and having children is closely linked. The majority of young people in our 2000 intergeneration survey wanted to be married, and the vast majority of young people also plan to have children, and 2 or more children, in 83.6%. While among the older respondents of this survey, only 2.2% were single, unmarried, and 95% had children. 97% of young people who plan to marry also plan to have children. Young Hungarians are therefore pro-marriage and plan to have more children than they at the end up having. In other words, marriage is a precursor to having children. Children and marriage are mutually reinforcing factors. Okay. Older and younger people, in this order, consider the same characteristics necessary for having children: physical and mental health, job security, love, housing, marriage, financial conditions, sharing parental responsibilities. The results of one of our surveys showed, with almost 2/3 of respondents citing physical and mental health as the main motivation for having children, 57% citing marriage and a stable relationship, and 51% citing love as the main motivation. So we can see that marriage is a very important prerequisite to have a child in Hungary. Okay, when we are talking about the possible future targets of the research, I brought you some issues, examples. What is needed for marriage and what keeps it together? The conditions for a well-functioning marriage should be also taken into consideration and researched. Deeper research on the connections of family policies and the future of getting marriage is also a topic which is worth to make studies about it. If I would like to summarize what have been said about the Hungarian experiences, as a result of the Hungarian government's targeted family support measures, family policy, the propensity to have children has been reversing the steady decades-long decline in the number of children. According to Hungarian vital statistics, fertility has increased by 1/4 in a decade compared to the 2011 low. One of the declared aims of government action over the past decade has been to strengthen families. One way of doing this is to support marriages and encourage marriage. The data show that marriage as an institution is now enjoying a renaissance in the country. This is largely due to the government's response to the demographic situation in the country, with the priority aim of having the children the people want and plan for. Childbearing and marriage planning are closely linked. The family-friendly policies of Hungary definitely created an environment in which the number of marriages has doubled. Divorces have fallen by 1/4. In the 2014 Hungarian budget, when we are taking into consideration the nowadays very visible energy crisis and the financial and economic crisis, it is very important that the budget for the next year for family support has been increased 3.5 times compared to 2010, which is the highest in Europe in respect of the target expenditures of the GDP. Most family support is linked to employment, with a wide range of family benefits available to those having and raising children. As a result, Hungary has seen a simultaneous increase in the propensity to have children and to work. Hungarians are pro-marriage, as evidenced by the fact that the surveys show that the 90% of people recommend marriage for young people, as opposed to cohabitation and living alone. There is also a high proportion of people who agree that marriage is not an outdated institution. Although the family is a traditional value in European culture, the institution of marriage has lost popularity among young people almost everywhere. In Hungary, this trend has been reversed. Recognizing that although relationships have become more fragile, people still want stability and family. However, demographic challenges remain a major sustainability challenge for European societies, and this, together with the successes achieved, calls for a continuation of the current family policy approach. And if you ask me, why is it so visible that the Hungarian family policy is successful? I would say one important thing, I would like to highlight one important aspect of this family policy. It is not about the governmental family policy. Of course, it started it. But in 2010 in Hungary, the family wasn't an accepted, supported, a good way to live in, because in most of the cases it meant that if you had a family, you would be poor. This has had to be changed, and one of the most important things is that now living in a family is an accepted and valued way of life in Hungary. And this, from this perspective, it is very important that if you give in a family-friendly environment in Hungary for the young people, and perspective for the future and security for the future, they will come back to the traditional values, having family and to marry. Thank you very much.
Köszönöm, Arpad Meseras. Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
To było mnóstwo danych i mnóstwo.
There was a lot of data and information, but imagine a few years of effective pro-family policy results in 150,000 births of children in Hungary. If we tried to translate this into Polish, into the Polish scale, this would mean 60,000 births in Poland. So this Hungarian policy is often shown as a success story when it comes to family policy. So I'm very happy that we started with our guests' lecture, that we started this last segment of very practical considerations, because we now move on to a lecture that will touch upon similar issues, a lecture by Mr. Michał Kot, sociologist and director of the Generations Institute, expert in demography and social policy.
Thank you very much for having me here and my speech. I'm glad I will be talking after Mr. Meseros, because what I will be talking about is a kind of addition to my previous speaker. He was talking about the value of marriage and the influence of marriage on fertility. What I would like to talk about is that before we have this marriage, there is this previous step, and this is what I will be talking about. Generally in Poland, as well as in many other countries, the order is like that. Young people get to know someone, they create a relationship. This relationship translates to being a couple. Later on, they can get married. Sometimes they have a child after that. There might be a slight change in this order, but this is like the general path when we talk about people's dreams and imagination, what they have. A big percent of women, they say that they would like to get married before having the child. But what is this previous stage? The prelude is to get to know this person, to build a relationship and build something that in the long-term perspective can be a marriage. I would like to show you three graphics that on the first view might seem not so related to what I will be talking about, but I hope that at the end you will understand why I start with them. 2 days ago, that was the time that someone sent them to me. They were quite surprising to me, so this is why I believe they would be interesting for you as well. Because we got the correlation of the birth rate. In some countries there have been some changes the last years of the first birth.
20-39, czyli w tym wieku, kiedy najczęściej
per 1,000 women aged 20-39. So this is the age of having children. So look, for example, in Spain, but I guess it's in other countries is the same. Unfortunately, not all the data is very well gathered, but it turns out that there is a very high correlation between the first birth and the fertility rate. Why? Why this correlation do exist and why is it so important? Because in order to have the second or the third child, first we have to have the first child. Of course, it might seem quite obvious to you, but when we realize what are the consequences of that, then we will know, and we will watch those graphs. We can get to the conclusion that the main reason of changes and differences of this fertility getting lower in European countries, because in most countries this is what we observe, is the growing number of women who have no children. So this first birth factor, this first birth was like just after not having children. From the point of view of the organization of your life, your point of view, this transition is much bigger than from having 2, 3 or more children. This is the moment where the world for you changes upside down, as some people say. It is better, it's more beautiful, we get to appreciate motherhood. But still, if we do not get into this stage, when women have the first child, then we will not be able to deal with the second, third, etc. children being born. This very high number of women and of not having children, of those unborn children. For example, in Poland, this difference is very high, is getting higher and higher. The gap is getting bigger. This non-fertility factor is defined as women over 40 years not having children. We have only a few decades of those data research, but this is how we pronounce it. Of course, this is how we assumed that over 39-year-old women will not be pregnant anymore. When we talk about the Czech Republic and their success in fertility, I think it's the one and only country, not talking about Hungary, it's a kind of change, not so widely observed, of getting the higher fertility rate. When we compare the Czech Republic and Poland, there is an increasing childlessness. So, when we see the numbers, this childlessness factor in Czech is twice lower than in Poland. According to the estimations that are prepared, women that were born between 82 and 91, so they are over 40, the number of women who have no child and will not have a child, it means like 1/4, every fourth woman in Poland. And I think this is the main reason of our demographic problems. If those 30% or 25% had their first child and had the number as many other women have, we would have this generation replacement. What are the reasons of this childlessness phenomenon being so popular? There is a lot of research about that. In most cases, women aged 30, 40 years are asked, why didn't you have children? So women talk about the past. It's a kind of story they want to tell. It's a kind of rationalization of their previous choices. So we see that this method has a lot of errors in itself. So here in my institute, I wanted to investigate deeper into these factors. We reached to 750 women who are over 40, who have no children, and we also investigated a similar group of the same age, but who have children. We wanted to analyze their career path, life path, what is their family background, what happened during this time. I will not show you all the data, the conclusions that we got to. This is just a piece of it. And the relationship between being in a partnership or in a marriage. Maybe they seem very obvious. I talked to one person who is also quite interested in demographics, and when this person saw this, they said, well, it's quite interesting, but my grandma would also say something like that. It's not of a surprise. So maybe sometimes it's worth showing quite obvious data, because I have the impression that the European population doesn't look at those results and forget about them. So green graph, people who have children. So those who have 58% have no child, even though they are in a stable relationship. When it comes to the marital status, among women who have children, 67% are married. Among childless, it's only 30% who are married. Among singles that have no stable relationship, no marriage, among mothers, only 6% are in such a situation. Among women who have no children, it's 40%. These are women who are single women. We also asked, did they have any stable relationship in their life? 14 of them who have no kids, they have never been in a longer relationship, longer than 6 months. So actually their whole life, they have been lonely. It's up to 26% that have been in, it's about 30% that have been once in such a relationship of over 6 months. So it means that women who have children, they differ from women who have no children in this respect, that they haven't built such a relationship that would get into a marital status. When we have the marriage, there are children. This is the regular path, and this is how the women declare in all this kind of research. Of course, we can see it in a different way. Those who are lonely, who have no children, no spouses, this is their choice. But still, the research shows that the majority of women, men actually as well, younger, older, they would like to have children. And the vast majority, over 80%, would like to have a family and be in this family as long as possible. So we see that it's rather not a choice, but a kind of situation, life situation, that led into the fact that they are childless and lonely.
zastanawiamy się nad tym, jaka jest przyczyna.
But if we consider what is the main reason of this childlessness, I would say that it is loneliness. What are the reasons of loneliness? It's a different research that would have to be done. But how to measure loneliness? It's very hard to define it as a phenomenon and even worse to measure it. We can ask people, for example, how often in the last 2 weeks did you feel lonely? We have such a research. We can also ask, what is your civil status? Are you single? Do you have any partners? Are you in a marriage? There are different indicators as well, psychological, that diagnose the loneliness without asking directly, do you feel lonely? I will show you those results. But first, I would show a research done by the European Commission after the COVID times. It was about loneliness, and people were asked, did they feel in the last 2 weeks lonely? And if yes, how often? Same research was also done in 2016 in most of EU countries. What happened? What turned out? During the pandemic or even after, most of the people in most countries, the level of loneliness got higher. Of course, it's of no surprise. We were limited to stay at home. There were no social relationships. But what is not so obvious is that before the pandemic, the loneliest group were seniors, 60+ years old. But after the pandemic, the most lonely group turned out to be young people between 18 to 25. So this loneliness that was mostly related to elderly people now touches also the younger generation. There has been a research also about the Polish loneliness. Is this phenomenon diagnosed by the European Commission is still valid also in Poland? Did we come back to our normal life? Were there any changes to it? So this is why we use the scale. We were asking people 20 questions about their everyday life. Here is the research methodology. I guess you can't read them in detail, but there were sentences like, there are people that I feel close to, or I don't feel lonely, or I like being with people, or, for example, very often I miss someone's presence, I feel isolated, etc., etc. So those questions were not directly talking about loneliness, but the scale has been used by psychologists for many years to measure the loneliness factor. This scale we also used during our research. So this is how we measured, and we divided them into 3 groups. So with a low rate, those who don't feel lonely, those who are on the verge of feeling lonely, and those who are of a high loneliness feeling. What are the results? It turned out that the loneliness is quite common in Poland, but at the same time it's very varied, depending on the demography, the sex and the age of the person. The most lonely person that was most often feeling lonely are young people rather than seniors. And what might be the most crucial thing here and surprising is that it was touching most of cases young people, young men, aged 18-25 or 25-35. So the loneliness in Poland has the face of a young man. Very often we talk about teenagers that are lonely, seniors, but actually we don't really talk about loneliness among young men, because there are very often people who they work in their home office, they don't get out of their house, they have no social relationships, they don't socialize, they don't have any connections to others. We also investigated how the loneliness correlates with other factors, and the first may be also obvious question that we wanted to have is that
w związku małżeńskim do poczucia samotności.
what is the relation with having or not having a family with the feeling of loneliness? So the results are also not that surprising. So people who are married very rarely feel loneliness. Of course, in marriages there are also people who feel lonely, but it was only 27%. But when it comes to unmarried men and women, those that we relate to very interesting leisure passing time, entertainment time, it was over 51%. They have this high feeling of loneliness. It's almost twice as those who are married. The highest rate of loneliness is among people who are in separation, but to be honest, this group was not that big, so we might compare it also to people who are simply lonely. But what is interesting is that the research showed that not only our present family has influence on our loneliness, but also our family that we are born with. We were asking if we're coming from full families. For example, those who were at the age of 12 were living in a full family, they feel less lonely in comparison to children who lived with just one parent. So the highest number of loneliness was among those people who were from shattered family, usually living only with the mother. The level of loneliness went up to 63%.
Zanim jeszcze przejdę, to chciałem powiedzieć, że samotność nie jest tylko zjawiskiem indywidualnym.
What I wanted to say is that loneliness is not just an individual phenomenon, but it's a social one where if it touches so many people. There is more and more research on various areas. For example, it also influences our health, some heart attacks, early death, suicidal deaths. Those rates are much higher. And other psychological problems, mental problems, the risk of depression also is higher. But, as I have said, one of the factors that influences the fact of funding a family is this psychological approach of feeling self-confident, feeling loved. And if those men, for example, young men, don't feel so well, the result might lead to the fact, according to me and the data, is that the gap between the aspirations and the reality would get wider and wider. This problem does not concern only Poland. In the UK, 2 years ago, there has been created a department to fight against loneliness. In Japan, we have the Ministry of Loneliness. So this is a kind of problem that we have started to see, and in many countries, even with the governments, the justification, the explanation why such a department was created is that lonely people, those who feel lonely, are worse workers, they are more often unhealthy, and the losses in economy that we have due to the fact of being lonely is getting higher and higher. So the ministry should start to deal with this problem to make our employees better ones. And it also the probability of having a family and having children is getting less and less if the people are very long time lonely and unhappy. Their mental health. Well, there are many research about that, and I won't show all of them, but there are people who abuse the internet, who have less than 2 classmates that they like. They don't get any physical activities. They feel worse. When comparison to those who have at least 2 friends, who meet their friends, they do some sports during their leisure time, they are less probably to become lonely. But what is the reason, the main reason? The smartphones and new technologies that started to replace the alpha generation, but also the older ones, those who are 15 to 18, but also over 20. Nowadays, their whole communication, their whole life is based on the smartphone. We see young people walking through the street, crossing the streets. As we say, they are simply chained to their smartphones, but overusing the internet and the smartphone, paradoxically, is very often related to the fact that they have less friends, less classmates, even though in the social media they can have a few thousands of friends. And it is also closely related to a lower physical activity, because if you spend more time on the internet, you go out less often, you spend time outside less often and do sports. So if those social processes go this direction, the problem with loneliness and the fact of not having relationships will concern not only those young generations who are over 20. I am talking about that because our diagnosis says that this is the biggest, the main reason of this loneliness. It has never been in all the research time over the last 2 centuries. We did not see this phenomenon of young people feeling more lonely than their parents. So all these topics like overusing electronic devices, smartphones, etc., and all the risks that get into it is a kind of topic that if we want to talk and discuss about the cultural trends and demographic problems, this is something we have to face. How to make those young people get to the real life world and not just stay on the internet. The last chart that I'd like to see, this is the research from like 2 weeks ago. They were carried out in the whole European Union. It turned out that those who use the social media just for browsing, scrolling, they have a twice higher feeling of loneliness. It's hard to compare the numbers, but the trend is easy to be observed. So those who very often use media for scrolling and checking information, they feel much more lonely. They feel they're close to depression when comparing to people who do not use it in such a compulsive way. So what are the conclusions that we can get from that? The key problem in terms of declining birth rates is the increasing level of childlessness in most countries in Europe, Western countries. Well, of course, it happens that in this Western country there is this decrease. We have, for example, less people with higher education that have less children than it was last time. The main cause of childlessness is the breakdown of social ties, which causes loneliness. Nowadays, these are young people who will have their families settle down, and this group is very lonely, and it is due to changes in our civilization, mainly to the widespread use of smartphones. If we want to fight for the good demography in the long-term perspective, in 10-20 years, the main challenge that we face is to teach young people to build social relationships. In the research that I told you about the childless people, it turns out that if they are in a teenage groups, they are active. Those who are leaders in such associations, they are less often childless than those who do not take part in such activities. And the things that we have been talking about the whole day, we have to make people activate people, young people, to promote scouts, sport clubs, etc. If we don't do this, then in 10-20 years, our fertility rate will get even lower than we have now. Even if the most optimized, developed countries, when it comes to robots like Korea, Japan, when it's below 1. In some cities, this indicator is 0.5. So this correlation of spreading the IT technologies and the fertility rate is very strong. In Japan, for example, which is a country that has the lowest fertility rate, it is already below 1. So it is estimated that about 1 million young men in Japan did not leave their house for the last year. Most of them did not leave their room. In most cases, there are adults who live with their parents, which often means that only with mothers. They are sitting in the room, they earn money, quite good money. They order through the internet some shopping, some food. And there is a lot of literature, scientific literature. Mom brings their food to the room and they don't have to leave it. So Japan is twice big as Poland, so can you imagine 500,000 young Polish people who do not leave their own rooms? To sum up, apart from those challenges mentioned by the speakers that have been here, there are very important things, but the also crucial thing that we do not discuss so much is building a social relationship, limiting loneliness, creating relations, and not only in the virtual world, but also in the real one, so that they are able to create such ties, and that would make them in the future to create such relationships as a start of the family. Because we see that the research showed that their aspirations are quite the same as 20 years ago. They want to have a family, they want to have 2 or 3 children. This is how they would like this life to be, but they can't do it. And the last but one sentence maybe. I would like to recommend Doreen Hart's book, The Century of the Lonely. It shows the UK university shows examples where the professors they give such an assignment to their students. You have to go on a date, meet someone, and sit with this person for half an hour without watching your phone. So this is a kind of date teaching. This is one of the effects of this ministry of loneliness. I'm not sure if it's the best idea, but still we should consider what should we do in order to enable people to build those relationships, to spend time together, because what is the best to build a relationship, to make something together in the real life and not only in the virtual one. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It seemed that pointing to these two groups, first of all, the group of women who can decide for their first child, on the other hand, pointing to the group that's a big unknown, this young generation that is lonely, and that's the time bomb. It's crucial for implementing our conclusions from our previous talks, when we talked about the desire to get married, and this culture called that's crucial to open up to these processes. And on my behalf, and when I heard that Japan set up a ministry of loneliness, I thought that was very perverse. You might set up a couple more ministries like this. The last lecture in this segment is masculinity in the era of demographic crisis, individual and social benefits of being a husband and father. And this talk will be given by Michalski, who is an economist, a cultural studies expert, president of the Institute of Family and Social Knowledge, and a member of the Family Council. And our cooperation has been very fruitful. Professor, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Prezentacja będzie po polsku.
The presentation will be in Polish,
Powstawała w dwóch językach, do końca nie wiedziałem.
but it was created in two languages. I didn't know till the end which one it would be. First of all, I'd like to thank you that you are here. And the sun has started shining, so Arpad, this is a signal for you. So actually the room should be empty by now, but you are still here, so I'm very happy. So on an occasion like this, especially if it's a weekend, an anecdote comes to mind. I wonder how many of you it concerns. I hope that it concerns people who are interested in family policy and try to take part in some kind of in events like this. So it's evening, a little boy is watching his father put his coat on. I have to leave, but the boy says, "Dad, come on, play with me." The dad says, "I can't, I have to leave." "But where are you going?" "I'm going to a conference about how to be a better father." And the next morning, well, the dad came back very late, and the son says, he came to wake the dad up, and he says, "Hi, Dad, how did it go?" And the dad says, well, his eyes, they told me to spend more time with you. I think it's the situation is ours too, sometimes. But one thing I'm very grateful already is this topic of masculinity, which crops up not just in one place, but for some time I've been trying to talk and draw attention to the fact that what we need is what I call a masculine family policy. I think women are talked about a lot, and they may sometimes be fed up with it, but I think we should speak more and more about men and to men, because they are they're kind of sleeping beauties, and which actually came up in the previous talk as well. Masculinity in the era of demographic crisis, of course, it won't be a diagnosis of why masculinity looks like it does today, because it's been talked about a little. So I'm privileged. I can just say, well, this is what Professor Regner has said, or someone else. But I will touch upon certain things which I think extremely important. What I would like to sum up is those individual and social benefits of being a husband and a father. I don't think it will be a big discovery, but I think this is what this younger generation has no chance to get to know or see. Sometimes it has a chance to see it, but rarely in an educational sense. Starting with a broad context, let me say that it's not about masculinity, because it's I don't want to. We know full well that a bike must have two wheels. So for people to be happy in a marriage, we need masculinity and femininity. So it's no polemics and trying to say that masculinity is more important than femininity. It's an attempt to look at masculinity, a reflection on what happens in it, with it, and how to support the younger generation to help them make better life decisions that will bring them to marriage. The family is an irreplaceable interface, and I think this seems pretty obvious. Without a family, there is no society, there's no progress, or no future.
Warunkuje to odtwarzanie społeczeństwa od wymiaru biologicznego, tak zwanego.
The family ensures this well-being and wealth of society. and it's strategically important. So today, in an age of a war, the possibility of a draft will be over because there won't be any people left. So in an economical context, if we were to talk economy only, it would be enough to say that the economy says that human capital is most important, and the family is the main creator of this human capital. At the end, ultimately, it's our maturity as citizens, this ability to take up social roles, becoming a father. So we're facing a danger of the majority of society. Even if they want to, they will be either unable or they will be hardly able to build happy and stable families, to become parents. So we will mention these things in passing as we go along. And masculinity and marriage, it's just part of the picture. I'm not saying it should take center stage, but it's something that should be said too. I'll start with a concept that is being promoted in the U.S. a lot, among others by the Institute for Family Studies. And they are right that we should take that to schools. We should show this chart to young people. So some will say this conservative or old-fashioned sequence of life decisions, this recipe for happiness in life, and more research confirms this. So if a young man first deals with education, then finds employment, and only then gets married and become a parent, then we could say, if we only looked at material factors, this will do him well. Of course, we're in a situation where we've seen half a century of experiments. And it turns out that these years of experiments, they haven't proved that these old-fashioned ways are outmoded. Why do we need fathers? What are fathers for? Of course, it's not going to be a psychological lecture, but just a few snapshots from different pieces of research. And they really prove that a father is the one who helps children deal better in difficult situations. They cope better with stress. Girls whose fathers give them a sense of warmth and security perform better in school. Girls that have care and support of their fathers are far more satisfied with their looks, are less likely to attempt suicide. And this self-worth, self-esteem is best stimulated by the presence of a father. And the second part of this list, so don't treat this research like this. It's not that boys perform worse in school. It doesn't mean that if girls do better in maths, it means that boys do worse. Girls who have whose fathers are present, they postpone sexual initiation.
Mają o wiele mniejsze prawdopodobieństwo tej inicjacji seksualnej przed ukończeniem 16 lat.
So there is a far less likelihood of sexual initiation before 16, and teenagers who live with just their moms have more issues with controlling feelings and emotions and find it harder to distinguish between good and evil, or to apologize. This is something that we've been saying for a number of years. So regardless of what this sexual education looks like and what happens in the educational system, nobody will replace parents in this crucial role of initiating their growing kids into the world of maturity, the world of sexual maturity and relationships. Problems in school, problems with violence, they happen most often when the father was absent. So men who had a good relationship with their father go better with problem situations. Personality disorders are more common among women who felt rejected by their fathers. The sense of happiness, life satisfaction, low levels of anxiety are associated with a strong bond with fathers. Fatherhood today, and of course we will not exhaust this topic. This would probably take as much time, but there is a special situation, and this short quotation, I chose it because it says an important thing. While motherhood today seems to be clearer, and we could say it's easier to answer the question, how is femininity or motherhood, what it looks like today, or what it should look like? There's a bigger problem with men. So the expectations towards fatherhood are inconsistent, sometimes contradictory. And young men today, they enter their adulthood. They go into a world that tells them contradictory things. So they ask, what should I be like? Contemporary expectations towards fatherhood are inconsistent, even contradictory. And this psychologist, Ms. Bakiera, works at the same university as I do, the Adam Mickiewicz University. She does very important things, and she holds a parenting conference every 2 years. And this is a conference where we can talk about fatherhood, motherhood in a mature way. And she says this in a publication that I co-edited. So she says that we attach great importance to some institutional and economic instruments, but what we need to do today is to attach more importance to these soft aspects, helping in an educational sense, formational sense, to enter the role of parents. So it's not enough to offer instruments that, on their part, are important and useful, but will not be sufficient. The absence of a father affects not only his children, but also the entire society. Quite a number of books have been written about this. Society Without a Father is one of the best known. Where are those men by Philip Zimbardo from 10 years ago? The growing number of divorces and single parents contributes to creating a social climate in which the next generation has less and less contact with fathers who are stable and predictable role models. So it will be ever harder to answer the question, what does it mean to be a father? And we have enough research today on education to claim that this swap of the roles played by men in families over the last few generations is related to the intensification of emotional problems in the entire population. This security, this emotional security, as we look at these statistics of loneliness and some challenges, psychological challenges, we have a younger generation which feels less secure. And if a person feels less comfortable and secure, just feels bad, he or she will think less frequently about entering a stable marital relationship and founding a family. He will not believe that he will make it. A new fatherless world. And this is a visiting card. It's an important article I recommend, Men Without Children, from 25 years ago. But it's a very good diagnosis based on the American situation. But we could say that America is here with us. Of course, I'm joking. It will be like a second Japan. And it's similar in Poland now. In a new world, also of sexual freedom and of easily available abortion, boyfriends feel a reduced responsibility to marry their girlfriends in the event of a pregnancy. And an important change has happened here. I think we should add more about this. In the 60s and 70s, when, on the one hand, abortion was legalized and contraceptives began to be used on a massive scale, and morality started to change, family morality and marital morality began to change. He said very interesting things. There's no good translation. In America, we have this term shotgun wedding, which is the custom that if young people went so far in the relationship that the pregnancy appeared, the norm was that the young man would take this woman, mother of his child, for a wife. And Akerlof shows an interesting thing, that with the advent of abortion and contraception, when a woman began to be given this message that it's up to me if I take up the role of a mother or not, it would seem that the ball was in her court. But Akerlof says, but men just figured out, okay, so now in this situation, this means it's up to me if I want to become a father, like take up the role of a father or not. So the institution of a shotgun wedding, which was some kind of a socially, as it were, a social response to this situation of an unexpected pregnancy and an unexpected child. So this institution, in some sense, this shotgun wedding institution saved, like it started to disappear. And there was this plague of single motherhood.
A więc to rozerwanie, można powiedzieć, jakby tej instytucji, tego błyskawicznego ślubu.
The breakdown of this shotgun wedding institution is an important event that we don't fully realize. And probably it's even more important that because sexual relations are now occurring very early in relations, partners have so little acquaintance with one another that marriage, in the event of pregnancy, hardly seems practicable. And even if it's contracted, it's doomed. Now, some data from Poland, a survey from 2019. What do men say? 54% of young men say that. 54% say that the most common reason why they are old enough to start a family, they do not decide to get married, is the choice of so-called freedom life without obligations. 37% prefer to live in an informal relationship. 1/3 says it's difficult to find a suitable candidate for a wife. A quarter of young men report they're not ready to take up parental responsibilities and fear of failure in marriage. And 21% postpone the decision to get married for fear of financial difficulties or fear that it may harm their career. And 12% are reluctant to have children. What are the consequences? We have a situation where, and this it was shown in the report about loneliness, that a growing part of the younger generation is probably will never experience the benefits of marriage and being a parent. And here I cite, I think, one of the most important works, sociological works, that shows marriage, or reminds us that marriage is a very important rite of passage, and it's also an institution that orders society. So this growing chaos, social chaos, could partly be put down to the fact that less and less people are willing to get married. So this Akelov, I quoted in his article, Men Without Children, he shows what happens when fathers either don't take up their roles, they either don't become parents, or if they have become parents, they don't take up their roles. They're not involved in it. So there are increased crime rates, there's a decrease in the number of marriages, there are increased statistics of out-of-wedlock births, there's an increase in the use of stimulants, increase in the number in incarceration. And let me just add what Akarlov says elsewhere, this breaking this link between the shotgun wedding, and it leads to poverty of women and children. And it's, I think, one of these unpopular topics. That this single parenthood that ends up in a difficult material situation is also part of these changes in thinking. How does marriage change men? Economically, marriage could help man increase his human capital, so it's a motivating factor, causing the man to open up new vistas. And it suggests a multidimensional change in behavior. There was talk about crime rates before, but I think it's Akarlov or someone else that one of the most dangerous, risky social group are young men, unmarried, who are not fathers. So marriage, we could say, is a social recipe for this element that if this energy is not harnessed, they go in wrong directions. When it comes to professional activity, married men are more likely to be employed. They're less likely to be unemployed or doing seasonal jobs. They're more likely to earn a lot, and they're more involved in the job market. There is always this dilemma in social sciences. There's always the question of, is it that marriage changes men, or is it that those better, quote-unquote, men, more hardworking men, that they more often get married? Let's remember that in the social sciences we have this tension. We can't forget about it. So that's our lot. How does marriage change men? So if there are fewer fathers and husbands in prison, it means that they do better in terms of obeying the law, and they will use violence less frequently. When it comes to mortality and health, so marriage is a recipe for health and happiness. Getting involved in relationships strengthens the marital bond, and it also rewards the man itself. His involvement in bringing up children helps him to achieve happiness. His involvement in the household and in demography. So there's an interesting picture here. The more a man is involved in household chores, it helps the fertility rate. It's an important, so this this unfair distribution of household chores affects the fertility rate. So more involvement of man in the household, it fosters stability of the marriage. So it's fatherhood or what? What can we suggest, or we as an older generation? Do we really think what this generation can choose if it doesn't choose fatherhood? Because we have an impression, I think this is what we have in common here at this conference, is that these young men who will not choose marriage and fatherhood, at some point, at some stage, they will regret it. Of course, they're free. It's not about obliging them to get married. But I think we feel that we're trying to find ways, find out what we can do here. It also confirms that if a man cannot be a father, he loses out on this unique opportunity to grow mentally, psychologically. So I refer you to a report by the Brad Wilcox Institute of Family Studies. Sometimes we could say that marriage is shown as like a burden, but there are lots of arguments that show that
Tego jest rzeczywiście więcej, więc powtarzają się też pewne rzeczy.
So some things here, I will not read them out. I have to draw to an end.
Podsumowując tak i listując
To sum up, to list these benefits, social benefits, better socialization of the young generation, better physical and mental condition of the younger generation, better relationships in society, more healthy and happier families, more families, and higher fertility rate, better public health, because we have to say that the sexual revolution contributes to we have an epidemic of sexually transmitted diseases. So lower costs of welfare. And this also transpires in different reports that the costs borne by states because of marriage breakdowns, these are no small sums. And there is better human capital, higher wages, better performance in the job market. And this is a recommendation. Social sciences confirms that marriage confers enormous benefits for men's wallets, for their sex life, and for their physical and mental health. Yet too many men still believe in the ball and chain myth, viewing marriage as an expensive encumbrance on their freedom and their sex lives. Well, unfortunately, these views are omnipresent, are ubiquitous in popular culture. This has adverse consequences for men's aspirations for marriage. So it's a report by the Institute of Family Studies. The first step is ensuring that the next generation knows the truth about marriage. Journalists, social scientists have a special responsibility for making the good news about marriage more widely known. This is a priority given some of the adverse consequences men, women, and children have suffered in the retreat from marriage. So this multidimensional education, I'm not just thinking about school, educational institutions, but I'm thinking about billboards on the streets. It's a good way to tell young people today that marriage is a recipe for help, supporting men in becoming better men and fathers. Here in Poland, or perhaps on a European scale, we are unique about these initiatives, supporting young men in growing up to marriage and fatherhood, family mainstreaming in the media, and developing pro-family communication in the public sphere. Some good things have happened recently, thanks to the Ministry for Family. There are more messages like that in the media, but we still need more. So there is this portal, To Be a Man If You Know Young Men. We invite them. Piękna dziewczyna, beautiful woman. This is a portal for women. So this is what we're trying to do on our part. And I really believe that here among us and in the circles that we talk about this, there is a big potential. And we have a lot of work to do. But I believe we will make it. And our generation will experience the fruits of being a grandfather and a grandmother, because our children will choose marriage more and more often. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We really needed that last voice of our last speaker, where he pointed to the fact that it's not just cultural and family policy addressed to women, because we talk about women so often, about fertility rates, but it should be addressed to men. But without responsible fathers who are able to harness these two powerful forces of sexual drive and rivalry. They should be channeled into constructive building of society. So where these energies are channeled into common good. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's the last part of our conference, most interactive one. That is 2 panels where you will have the chance to ask questions and enter into a debate with our speakers. So this is on the other side of the chance to do so.
Ja zadam gościom
So I'll ask the
pierwsze
guests
pytanie.
the first
Później, jeśli
question,
Państwo będą też chcieli o coś naszych gości
and then
spytać,
if you want to ask
to
our
proszę
guests about
to
something,
taką chęć zasygnalizować. I
please
tutaj
signal
można
it,
podejść do
and
mikrofonu
you'll be able to come up to the microphone
pytanie
here
naszym gościom
and
zadać.
ask a question
Także chyba możemy
of our
zaczynać.
guests. I think we
Mamy
can
tylko
start
30
now.
minut, więc
We have only 30 minutes.
zwracam Państwu uwagę, że
So
nie ma co
please,
zbyt długo czekać ze zgłaszaniem
it's no
chęci
use
zadania pytania,
putting it
bo
off,
czas na
putting
pewno
off
szybko
asking
nam
your questions.
minie.
So this time will pass away quickly.
Okay, I think we could start. First of all, let me express my gratitude that you are here with us. And I would like to start our discussion from one observation, that it seems to me that through your talks there was a constant topic that was repeated, and that topic refers to dependency and independency. That the movement which is behind the things that we are observing and we are discussing is the movement of liberation from being dependent. And it struck me that and it's also movement of liberating from identities, because our true identity comes from our relations. And if we deprive us from our relations, from our dependency, we deprive us from our identities. And don't you think that what we are observing at the moment, that whole identitarian movement, the different identities that are struggling nowadays, are just fulfilling the emptiness that was created by that liberation movement. So now we had our identities. We were deprived of true identities, and now we are in the middle of new identities, shallow identities, fake identities, identities based on our skin color, our sex, and so on. And it's shallow, it's fake. Our true identities are gone. Could you share with us some thoughts about that? What do you think about that observation? It's an open question, I guess. So that's the question to all of you. Professor Wegner is going to start.
It's like an ontologically insecure time, because the kind of traditions that people long were a part of were often based in ethnicity and religion and nationality, and there's a deep old root to most of those things. And in the book Future of Christian Marriage, I talk about when people come to the United States, you might be a Polish Catholic living in Chicago, and so you had this sort of multiple rooted identity, and these things deteriorate over time. In the United States, sort of this kind of assimilation is a deculturalization from something almost into nothing, really, because America's, this is why immigrants are notoriously known to lose their religiousness at or after the second generation. And so now we have these sort of identities being made up, created. They're brand new. They have no history, barely. There's very little sense of rootedness in it. And so it makes it psychologically very challenging for people to sort of figure out who they are by making stuff up. It's not a very stable position from which to understand oneself, right? Whereas, you know, Polish Catholic mother or father, that made sense to what people were supposed to do. Whereas now, you know, an artificial, you know, I'm non-binary. Now, what does that mean? You know, I don't even know, what am I supposed to do with that, right? And plus that I have adopted it, chosen it, rather than it kind of found me, right? It's a very difficult place to operate from, which leads to sort of profound anxiety, the sort of impulse to self-create, right? To fish for other people's affirmations of you because you're not comfortable in your own skin because you're making this stuff up. That is part of the problem of the endemic anxiety that Americans in particular, but not just Americans, are feeling.
I'm interested in this question because it ties in so much with what happened with feminism, because if you look at the early, for example, Mary Wollstonecraft, who I was talking about yesterday, and since then I have found out about other women who are writing similar things, but who we don't hear about because I think the feminists buried them. These early women were very aware of our interdependence, and they were trying to bring men into the family and encourage men to be more, Mary Wollstonecraft, you know, men's interdependent roles, and then there were other women as well who were looking at the whole sexuality thing in a completely different way from the feminists, and looking how that was rooted in interdependency. But instead we had feminism, which really focused so much on the individual. And I think that one of the really destructive things that happened was, you know, this whole idea of transgender, I think, actually started with the feminists who denied sex differences. I know this. I remember I was studying in 1989 anthropology, social anthropology, and I was told that there were no differences, no real differences between men and women. And I think that what actually happens is identities are even formed, you know, they're formed from when you're really small, you know, from when you're babies. And actually something like sex difference is, children don't develop a really stable idea of sex difference for a little while. This has to be created a little bit. It happens, and we have deprived children. Feminism has sort of denied sex differences and tried to make men and women the same, and devalued female differences. And there's also been a lot of evidence. There was this book, The Primal Scream, by Eberstadt, and she shows how people who grow up with broken families have a really fragmented sense of identity. So I think all these different things kind of tie together in some way where, yeah, identities get messed up, and then we start adopting all these crazy identities because we don't get them from our families like we used to, and nor do we have all the siblings. She talks a lot about the role of siblings, you know, in forming our identities, coming from these little, you know, now we just have one, we don't have these big families which provide us with that basic sense of identity, so we get sucked into these alternative false identities that get offered to us.
Okay, thank you, Professor Besnak.
Yeah, I would just add that these identities tend to be about the most superficial aspect of ourselves, right? Race, class, or not so much class, race, sex, what have you. And they're not constituted by real concrete human relations. They seem to be mostly constituted by relations with people online, right? Which again is both a kind of a cause and a symptom of this loneliness that we've been talking about. They also, because they're formed online, they are fluid. They can be evolved. They're almost like a consumer good, and like any consumer good, again, you could be manipulated into consuming the good if somebody wants to try to sell it to you. So what ends up happening is that in the name of liberating themselves from these concrete human relations of family, nation, and religion, people end up creating new dependencies on state and hired help, like I said before, but then also whoever is able to purvey this new identity to them.
Yeah, that's true. I have one observation. I mean, a remark. Mark Wegner said that what does it mean to be non-binary? I think that those artificial identities have something in common, and this is being anti-Western civilization, anti those values that are represented under the name of Western civilization. So that's the basic feature of those identities. They are against, they rebel to what is natural, to what is considered to be oppressive by them, and what is in fact natural and good.
This is why I think in the talk yesterday, I talked about how only 30% of American liberals consider themselves very happy, compared to 50% of American conservatives. Like, if you are defining yourself, and it's much more likely for progressives to do this, defining yourself and your identity as against something, that is an unhappy position. It can't make you happy, right? It can give you purpose, but it won't make you happy. And it's also an excellent point about how some of these identities are almost exclusively online, in the sense of that's where your community is, right? To go back to the Polish Catholic thing, you had a neighborhood, you had a parish, a church, and you had the homes in which you lived, all physical space which reinforced what you were, right? And gave you a sense of who I am. A much happier place that you don't have to, it saturates your physical existence. And I think about kids, especially these trans kids, who they don't have a physical community that recognizes them. They don't have a physical community that understands them typically. So they go online searching for it. They find it, but their only happiness is existing in this ephemeral space, which is not surprising that they're some of the most unhappy people out there.
Yeah, I could just add something to that too. It's also, I think, in the nature of real concrete human relations that because you're dependent on them and you can't simply escape them, you behave differently. You have to be nicer to your neighbors have to be nicer to you. Even if you commit some kind of offense against somebody, you have a greater incentive to seek forgiveness and to be reconciled with one another. Whereas on the internet, none of that has to be the case. There's no need for forgiveness. There's no need for apology, because it's all just kind of out there in the ether, except it becomes concrete when people internalize the abuse that they receive for things that they've done.
Yes, yes, and I think what's important is to ask about the sources, about the beginnings of the changes, of where does it come from, and it was in the speech, I guess, of Melinda Brown, that notion that cultural changes don't happen in vacuum. I mean, there are certain incentives and disincentives, and what seems to be just the process of cultural change, but the cultural change doesn't happen in, as I said, in vacuum. There are factors that push that change in certain directions, and we often doesn't recognize those forces that push the culture in certain direction. And it's key to understand those forces, and it's key to understand the intentions of those who push certain regulations and certain institutions. And unless we don't recognize, unless we don't understand that those intentions, we cannot successfully defend ourselves from the changes.
I think this is really important, and it's something I've been, through my research, just becoming increasingly aware of. For example, you must know the book After the Ball by Kirk and Madsen. Do you know, there's this book called After the Ball, and it's a complete propaganda program of how to convert.
It's a scripture of the.
It's a script of how to convert the world to LGBT, and everything is spelt out there. And it's like, and it's not hidden or anything. So, you know, there are people who've got very clear agendas, and they're normally people, I mean, who have, for whatever reason, they feel excluded or deprived, or they want something, and very often they do have a particular hatred of Christianity, because Christianity creates, and well, it's at the heart of the family, and the deep issue with these people is that they feel that they can't be part of the family, which is the most fundamental institution of society. So they have a real deep unhappiness. And then they produce these movements, they project that out onto society. You know, it's not them that have the problem, it's society which is at fault. And then they try to destroy the society, where actually the vast majority of people are really managing quite well. And these people with their particular problems could also manage quite well if they just, say, understood a bit more about truth and God and, you know, that sort of thing. So I really, I'm really interested in what these sources are. Yes. And that's just one. After the Ball is just one big propaganda influence, and there'll be lots of other pieces that, you know, they're people shaping these things. We're just reacting. We've got to be the people shaping these things. We've got to take the role that these people have been doing. You know, instead of responding to them, we must, you know, kind of.
So that's the one key thing to understand, to understand the intentions which are behind the movements. And the second thing I think that we need to understand is to understand the processes that lies behind changes, and it's something that Mark Wegner was talking about, the nature of the processes that lies behind the change in sexual relationships and all that sphere of human life, that processes concerning marriage market. Without understanding those processes, we cannot respond to those changes. We only can sit and cry and do nothing more. So that's what I think it's also important. I see that we have a question from the public. So pan był pierwszy chyba, ale to może, no właśnie, przepraszam, poprosimy panią. Tutaj z tego miejsca.
My name is Anna Wiejak. I'm a journalist from Schumann Optics magazine. You said that we shouldn't be reactive, and I agree with you. But, well, we had sexual revolutions in 1968, and now we have neo-Marxist revolution, new leftist revolution, And in the nearest future, we will have the revolution connected with the development of artificial intelligence. So how we, the Catholics, can prepare for that? What changes should we expect? And what should we do to preserve our faith, our traditions, and our families? Thank you very much.
Any particular?
Who would like to answer?
I mean, what's up? By the way, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be reactive. I'm saying more we should set the agenda. And I think right now the best agenda we can set is finding ways of bringing more people to understand Christ, actually. I mean, that's what I feel in England. I have this constant dilemma because I love researching and I love sociology, and I'm only a recent Catholic and I'm not very knowledgeable, but I just think, all you guys, you know, I actually think we need the type of evangelization that will reach new lots of people. You know, I really feel this, you know, in England we have a real sort of crisis going on, and we have a real crisis in the church, and people, I think more and more people are feeling confused and lost, and my personal belief is that the source of everything good is the Christian faith. You know, there's many other layers. Of course, there's lots and lots of other things that you can do, lots and lots of other things, yes, sure. But sometimes also just having faith gives you the strength to carry on when you're dealing with sex education and all the horrible stuff that we have to deal with. Just having faith enables you to deal with it. That's just that's one thing. It's not the whole answer, and it's not, you know, it's so.
I could be wrong, and may well be wrong, but the sort of artificial intelligence revolution does seem process-oriented, does seem to make certain things more and more efficient, done quickly, etc. I don't see it directly shaping what we understand the human person to be about and what motivates persons and what we need. I mean, the things we were talking about here, communities of you know, significance and embeddedness, physical, material, spiritual communities. I don't see AI touching that in any sort of strong ways. People have talked about AI religion coming. Like, no, human beings don't fall for brand new made-up religions that have to do with computer brains, right? If anything, we want something old, right? And very old. So I'm not as nervous about the person and faith and religion in the AI revolution as some people might be. Now, it's developing quickly, it's reaching further, but I could be wrong about it, but I still think we're primarily rooted in the flesh, in the material world, and in a human community rooted in a very old tradition.
Yeah, I would tell my students that there's lots of great writing on natural law right now, because when things go bad, people reflect on it a lot, and you get lots of interesting arguments about things. Actually, with regard to contraception, you're talking about humanae vitae. We have better arguments against contraception now than we did 50 years ago, because we've been dealing with this problem so long. So I think this should prompt us to reflect more profoundly on the nature of the human person, the nature of human relationships. I think it already has in ways. And then we just have to find ways to communicate that to other people, and also to try and exemplify it in our own day-to-day lives.
Okej, teraz poprosimy pana.
Łukasz Majszak, Instytut Hetmana Żółkiewskiego. Przepraszam, po polsku zadam pytanie, bo mój angielski nie jest.
Łukasz Majszak.
Otóż moje
I'll ask this question in Polish. My question is, I'd like to preface it. I think that all these aspects that were mentioned
problemów demograficznych.
These demographic problems, they're extremely important. And I think it's wonderful that this conference is taking place and that we're talking about this in this forum. And I think it's important to make a gradation of these causes behind the crisis that we have, as we call it. So I think the most important thing was this speech about the worldview by Mr. Backholm that spoke about these two fundamental ways. So either a person is a believer, believes in God, or believes in idols. So let's start, but I mean, there are no unbelievers. So we often heard the arguments that in society there are things that we deplore because these things affect us. But to put it bluntly, of course it's not my thinking, but to put it bluntly, we could put it in Old Testament terms. And when it comes to reading Psalms, we could say after the psalmist, they will perish with their idols. Of course, we don't want anyone to perish. We want everyone to be saved. But I think that the most important point, the most important source of all this problem lies in the church. And that's my personal view, that I know the church from different perspectives. I know it a little, and I think that maybe I'm wrong. I may be wrong. But you will know them by their fruits, says Jesus, and that the church didn't come up to live up to the expectations when all these ideologies took hold of this Christian Europe, Latin Christian civilization that built our reality here. So we allowed ourselves to be deprived of all this. And now we're crying, we're deploring it, but it didn't happen by itself. Somebody allowed this, somebody is responsible. So now we're trying to find solutions. My question is, I think the only way is the way through the church. The whole European Christian civilization was built by the Catholic Church. And at the level of, at the institutional hierarchical level, I don't want to I love the church. I don't want you to get me wrong. I'm a Catholic, and I care for the church to reach out with its truth to people. But I'm afraid it's not the case. So when we're talking about the agenda that has hit us so hard, the agenda of these different environments, our agenda is weak, our media are weak. It's a good thing we have Ordo Iuris, which is kind of an oasis, but just to get to my question, at the institutional level, hierarchical level, what role should the church play when it comes to the bishops, priests? Because we are the church too. What is our role in everyday life and in our circles, so that we just do not now come away from this conference and then we'll meet in 10 years and we'll wonder why the birth rate has fallen. That's my question. Thank you.
Who'd like to answer?
I would just say we can't we can't control what the clergy does or what the hierarchy does, but we can organize ourselves. And I think in America we have an expression, it's easier to get forgiveness than permission. And I think the more that lay people organize to try to meet the needs of the church today and to bring Catholic answers to the problems of the modern world, the more they should. And I don't want to go on too long because I know we're running out of time, but I think that basically at some level lay people have to take up responsibility and do things on their own and persuade the hierarchy to follow them, as it were.
Just two words. The church's role here is preservation and transmission. That's what it needs to do. It doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, it just has to preserve the sacred deposit and transmit it.
I agree. I agree with both of them, and I couldn't put it better.
Okay, it seems that we're out of time, so we must stop. And I would like to thank you for the discussion and those who asked the questions for taking participation in our discussion. Once again, thank you very much. Za chwilkę zaczniemy kolejny panel. Poproszę naszych prelegentów.
So our speakers, please come over here.
Prelegents and speakers, please have a seat. Doesn't matter. The moderator of the next panel will be Harrison Pitt, who represents the European Conservative. And Harrison, I'll give you the floor.
Might be helpful. Thank you very much. Are we waiting on one more person? Where's yeah. Talk amongst yourselves in the meantime. We'll see where he is. Possibly, you might, yeah. He's here. Right, so yes, as Raphael was saying, my name's Harrison Pitt. I'm a senior editor at the European Conservative, and I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's been a wonderful conference, very stimulating. I'm joined by some very familiar faces at this point. Some excellent speeches have been made today, and it threw up a lot of interesting themes about, in particular, not just the moral case for having children, for fertility, but the requisite religious, social, and indeed psychological foundations which need to be in place for maximizing fertility. And so on that point, I suppose starting with religion, which was most prevalent in Joseph's speech, I would say, the fact is that we do live in a very secularized Europe today, and so this is a question for the panel as a whole that I'm going to ask. Do you think that our focus should be on challenging the value system of secular society that you described eloquently in your speech, Joseph? So we'll start with you, to engineer a boost in the birth rate, or should we try to reach them and persuade them on the secular terms that they already accept?
I think, honestly, for me, the priority when it comes to cultural change is discipling the church itself. At least in an American context, there's a great deal of evidence that the culture is evangelizing the church much more effectively than the church is evangelizing the culture. So as a matter of priority, I think we need to disciple our own family first. Once we do that well, we will live so much better than the world. They will be begging us for answers. So the problem we're facing right now is that it's very hard to tell the difference between the church and a secular culture when it comes to the way we live. That's not totally true, but in significant ways, that's true. So if we can get the church to live like Christians, that will be a witness to the world that will be irresistible to them. But to the heart of your question, you can't use religious arguments with people who don't share that theology. And so I think there is a time and a place for making arguments in terms that they understand. Fortunately, the truth can be reached deductively and inductively. You can either believe the truth because God said it, or you can discover the truth because it's still the truth. And learning things the hard way is, of course, harder, but you'll still learn it eventually. It's easier if you just believe that God was right in the first place. So there's lots of social science data to point to the fact that God's design for humanity is actually better. And so we can just say, God said it, so it's better, which is persuasive to us, or to the pagans, you have to just show all the evidence that actually monogamy, faithfulness, marriage, sacrifice, that actually leads to a better culture.
What would a secular, in your speech in particular, Mikhail, there was much more of a focus, I would say, on the psychological foundations of fertility. How do you think that we can transmit that message, in particular to young men, far better than we're clearly doing in our European societies?
Should I speak English or Polish?
It's your choice. But let me know, because I'll need to put on my earphone. Huh? Let me know which one you're going to do, because I'll have to put on my earphone to understand.
English will be easier for you, okay?
In the interest of, for my comfort, speak English.
So I think that a lot of evidence shows that the first power, I would say, that should be engaged and awakened are those men who are husbands and fathers today, yes? Because we quite often say, well, how to encourage young men to become fathers and husbands, okay? They were born in some families, yes? So if we are able, and of course I know it's a difficult task, but if we are able to somehow touch the hearts of husbands and fathers, yes? Just to get closer to their children, yes? And as I said, in Poland we have this, I would say, privilege, and such initiatives are already at work, and biggest of them is the Tato.net, the dads.net community in a way, which builds something they call the dads clubs in the whole Poland. They have the ambition to build at least 300 of such clubs in every local municipality in Poland, where dads gather together, discuss, share their stories, their problems, their joys also. So I think that reaching those who are husbands and dads today, and of course those who are not husbands but are dads also, that's I think obvious. So this is one thing, and as I tried to say, we no longer live in times where marriage, family, parenthood are the obvious things, obvious natural lifestyles, I would say, yes? Why is it so? It was somehow diagnosed, but I think that we can no longer assume that people, although they declare, in Poland at least, still the declarations that yes, the family happiness, to have a family is a very important thing for me, although the declarations are still high, the reality does not look so wonderful. So we can no longer assume that it's a natural choice that young people will choose marriage, parenthood, and so on. what does it mean? And I think that's what at least we try to do, and I know that Institute Pokolenia also and other institutions, what we have to do is to analyze how and why is it so, and I would a little bit draw to your, or link my conclusion to yours. We rather shouldn't like criticize and say, well, you are stupid, you don't want to be husband and a father and so on, because, well, you know, it's the best way to be happy. It's not the way. So what it means, we have to build, I would say, kind of new communication to help discover anew this what was obvious for the generations in the past. Yes, that's.
It's very interesting, the idea being that instead of necessarily focusing on encouraging people who don't want to have children, that it might be a brilliant idea for them to have children, trying to encourage people who do want to have children and indeed have already had children to have more of them. The other Mikhail, can we calibrate social policy in such a way as to target, you know what I mean, reach the sort of people that Mikhail was talking about there, do you think? For people who are already fathers, how can we incentivize them to have more children than they might otherwise have through social policy?
Oczywiście odpowiedź jest twierdząca, natomiast
of course the answer is affirmative.
Ona
is in the affirmative,
wymaga mocnego niuansowania.
But we have to qualify it a lot, because we were talking about aspirations, about what these people believe, what young people believe, and what they want. And the first thing we have to remember is that if we agree that the government is trying to shape these attitudes, especially that the government is trying in some way to change the attitudes of people living in families, we may end up losing the autonomy of the family, and parents will lose part of their parental authority over their children. So any action on the part of public authorities should be only taken when they are acceptable, socially acceptable. We should avoid social engineering.
To, co warto uwzględnić, to, że
what's worth including is
Polacy, tak jak tutaj mój przedmówca, chcą mieć dzieci.
As the previous speaker said, they do want to have children. In all surveys, these figures are very similar. Despite what's often said by publicists, some figures are drawn from research, but they either show that this research was misunderstood or it's ill will. I read a few dozen pieces of research, and they all point to Poles wanting to have families and children. Another thing is that Poles, and especially Polish women,
bardzo niechętnie reagują na wszelkie próby przekonywania do dzietności. W zeszłym roku profesor Przeperski
they don't like to be persuaded
w Toruniu przeprowadził takie badania eksperymentalne, gdzie
last year there was experimental research where men and women first stated whether or not they wanted and how many wanted to have children and how many. And there was a control group, and then there was a group that was shown some videos that were meant to persuade them to parenthood.
I co się okazało? W przypadku mężczyzn niektóre filmy sprawiały, że deklaracje, aspiracje rosły, natomiast
some of these films caused their aspirations to grow, but in the case of the women, all the groups that were shown the films, they declared lower fertility rates than the control groups, which shows that any attempt to persuade people to have children is counterproductive.
Musimy tutaj uważać, żeby nie odnieść efektu odwrotnego. To, na czym powinniśmy się skupić, to budowanie takich warunków, żeby ci, którzy chcą mieć dzieci, rzeczywiście mogli tych dzieci mieć tyle, ile chcą mieć, i skupić się na tym, żeby rodziny, które mamy i które powstają, miały się jak najlepiej, żeby ich kondycja była jak najlepsza, żeby były to po prostu szczęśliwe rodziny. Duża liczba szczęśliwych rodzin. Za chwilę powiem, dlaczego jestem przekonany, że to jest możliwe. Duża liczba szczęśliwych rodzin w otoczeniu będzie powodować, że te osoby, które się wahały, które nie były przekonane, czy chcą mieć dzieci, też zaczną chcieć taką rodzinę i dzieci mieć. Jestem optymistą, dlatego że jest kilka takich nie miejscowości, ale osiedli w Polsce, pod Warszawą, gdzie akurat sprowadziło się dużo rodzin wielodzietnych, takich oczywiście z różnymi problemami jak każda rodzina, ale generalnie szczęśliwych rodzin. Jest obserwowany efekt, że rodziny, które wcześniej nie były wielodzietne, które tam mieszkały już wcześniej, rodzin też widać efekt zwiększenia liczby dzieci. Czyli widok szczęśliwych rodzin, widok dzieci, które wyrastają w szczęśliwych rodzinach, powoduje, że inne rodziny też chcą mieć więcej dzieci. Wydaje mi się, że to jest najlepszy sposób na wpływanie na aspiracje tych osób, które jeszcze się wahają lub deklarują, że
to persuade and influence people who declare they don't want to have children.
It's not so much a matter of inventing a desire that doesn't exist through social engineering, but trying to cultivate a desire which happily is already there in people and trying to allow it to flourish maximally. One of the things that I found most interesting about your speech, Arpad, is that we tend to speak about fertility on a national level, yet you brought the European civilizational dimension into this, and one thing that you could have added to your graph about how fertility in Europe is generally plummeting is how high fertility in Africa is at the moment, and the way in which this is adding to the migratory pressure in Europe. I wonder whether you think, in terms of political messaging, we might be able to give the fertility issue in Europe greater salience by connecting it to the issue of immigration, which is very important to people in Europe in a way that fertility doesn't, it's not as high up there on people's list of concerns. Do you think that's politically feasible?
I do believe that it is a very complex issue, and all the time when we are talking about the migration, it is a very sensitive issue in most of the European countries, I do believe, but I'm absolutely sure that when we are turning our attention not to the political level, but on the level of families, the people living in the European countries, it is very important to see that most of the people who have family, who have their children, they would believe that if we are talking about demography, we need to firstly talk about our families, our future, our children's future. And I do believe that it is a natural way of thinking in most of the people. According to one of the researchers of our institution, it is seen that at least 2/3 of the population of the European Union member states countries do believe that it would be very good if their government could help their families. And I do believe that one of the most important tasks for the future is that we should somehow show the importance of to put on the table the issue of family issues and the support of the families, and to help people to realize how good it is to live in family and having a family. And I'm absolutely agree what has been said, Mr. Kot. It is a very good thing to live in a big family, which is nowadays in Africa. You mentioned Africa. It is an absolutely evidential thing in Africa, living in a big family. In Europe, it is diminishing somehow. But I do believe that one of the most important things would be to return this trend in Europe and help people to realize that it is good to live in big families. And I do believe that from this perspective, if we put on the table the family policies, the family issues, and the interests and the needs of the families, and support coming from the government and the European Union to the families in the future, the perspective of the demographic challenge could be a little bit reshaped on European level also, and in the countries of European member states also.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, we're going to go to audience questions now, and the first person who flagged me was this gentleman here with the beard. So feel free to come on stage. My role, and I've noticed you as well. My role is to shepherd along the conversation, and I mean to do it benevolently, but I will act like a cruel tyrant if people speak for too long. So try to make sure that your question is succinct and a question, so that we can get to as many as possible. But please.
Mateusz Tawanda, I'm a father of two, and I would like to ask a question to our Hungarian guest. I praised Hungary for the prioritization of the demographic issues, because with no new generations there's no future. So this is, I think, the priority, and I'm happy that Hungary is well aware of this problem. Recently we see that Hungarian fertility rate is plateauing, right? It's not increasing anymore. Are you following, for example, Israel socio-demographic dynamics? Have you compared Hungarian socio-demographic dynamics with Israeli, for example? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I do believe that we need to take into consideration the situation that is very visible now in Europe, and especially in Central Eastern Europe. Firstly, there was the COVID pandemic introducing a situation which was a shock for the societies. And I do believe that in these times it is natural that the family, as the basic unit of the societies, is somehow shocked and need to face with specific fears. Secondly, when we go through the COVID pandemic, after we needed to face a very serious war, which is not a short-term war in the neighborhood of the country. And I do believe we need to face that the energy crisis, the financial crisis, and of course at the same time a very high inflation in Hungary, which could be overcome in the future, I'm absolutely sure. But it was also a shock for the families, and that of course it is a very sensitive in the life, a very sensitive issue in the life of the families. It is a situation where it is understandable that in most of the cases the young people see the stability is a little bit more complex than they used to see at the end of the 2010s. But I'm absolutely sure that we need to follow the results and the approaches of other countries, and especially Israel is a very important country to follow and to learn. I do believe that it is one of the most important message this very important conference and other meetings, that the best practice is to learning from each other, and not to be the giver of the truths on alone, but to work together to find the best ways together. It is a very important message for every government and every society and every people who would like to handle the issues of demographic challenges in the future.
Unless any of the other panelists would like to add to that, we'll go to the next question. Yeah? The floor is yours, sir.
Luis Brusa, Fundacja Edukacyjna Liderstwo.
I was born in Argentina, but I live in Poland. A question for our Hungarian guests. Congratulations. We cooperate with schools, and we're trying to pass on some good content through parents. So all families have children who are at school. Did you use school to reach out to parents with some specific content? And if you did, how did you allow parents to come to school, to enable parents to come to school and take part in the activities that the school organizes for them?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. To be honest, the issue of education and what has been given information to the children and through the children for the parents in schools is quite a complex and a very sensitive issue. You might recall it, but I need to admit it that for Hungary it is very important that our laws should protect children, and especially in respect of education. Of course, for the parents to receive information coming from the schools through their children, I do believe that it is an important question, but a more important question is that somehow we have the strong feeling that there is a shift in thinking of the role of schools in respect of education. I do believe that to raise a child and to educate the child in respect of values and the basic information is in the hand and should be in the hand of the parents and in the family. The classic education should be give as a task to the school, but not re-educate your child, because the basic education in respect of the values should be and should remain in our families. But we should be very cautious when we are talking about what should be given as opportunity for go to the schools to give information to children. Nowadays, the laws are very strict in Hungary that the education, who can go into the school to educate the children, it is very important to see that the teachers are in a position to educate the children, and they provide the necessary educational environment for the children receiving the information, but not taking the role of the family. And I do believe that it is a very important message.
Before we go to our final question, but just before we go to you, I wonder if our Polish friends on the panel have any theories about why Poland doesn't seem to be doing quite as well as Hungary at boosting its fertility rate over the last 10 years. I don't know which Michael would like to take that up.
Do you have your...
Okay.
Spróbuję po polsku.
You go ahead.
To znaczy... Na pewno Węgrzy zaczęli wcześniej.
I'm sure the Hungarians started earlier.
Pewnie nie najważniejsze, ale
perhaps it's not the most important, but an important thing. I don't want to belittle the success of Hungary, but what was presented today, I think it's a bit alarming. This growing number of extramarital births. This is something that calls for deeper analysis. But what I'd like to say, and perhaps what I envy, is that when you get off the plane, you don't have to go to the city center to hear some pro-family messages, but as you pass through a tunnel and on the walls there are messages like pro-family Hungary. In English, please add some Polish notes, Polish inscriptions too. And then in the departure lounge, and the pillars are posted. There are posters beautifully prepared. Yeah, great billboards displayed on the walls at the airport. And I would say, why not? Let's try. I'm saying this to the Poles. The family deserves this.
We're fast running out of time, so I think we will go to our final lady questioner. And if you want to add any thoughts that you have, Mikhail, on what Mikhail just said, feel free to.
More and more young people are addicted on pornography. And this is the reason why they are not able to get the responsibility for family for newborn child. And it seems that it's very close from contraceptive mentality to pornography mentality. These are very close mentalities. So how do you perceive it? Do you agree with it, or am I wrong?
Let's begin with Joseph, and then we'll go to the other Mikhail.
I think I think you're exactly right. That's a huge part of the problem. And for young men, this actually was mentioned yesterday, but I've been talking about this for video games and pornography are taking all the things God made them to do and channeling it into an artificial world. We're made to build and compete and conquer bad guys and defeat devils, and we do it in video games instead of in the real world. And then we're designed to desire, sexual desires are from God, but all of that is going into a place where nothing productive is happening, and actually it's counterproductive. So yes, I would encourage you as quickly as possible to do what several states have done recently, which is require age verification for all pornography websites. It's just the beginning. Our First Amendment, unfortunately, is interpreted in a way that protects pornography in a way that is certainly harmful. Of course, free speech is a legitimate interest, but it should be declared and spoken of as a public health crisis and treated as such.
Mikhail. You can either speak to the pornography point, or you can talk about the Hungary-Poland competition. It's up to you.
Okay. Pozwolę sobie odpowiedzieć na obydwa, chyba zamykając dyskusję.
I'll speak about both issues. In this debate, I had a problem because I agree with all the speakers. Sometimes I'd like to take a contrary position, but I fully agree with everyone. I would add to what Professor Michalski said about why Poles haven't managed to recover as fast as the Hungarians. It's not quite true, because after implementing this pro-family policy, the birth rate in Poland rose considerably to the level of almost 1.5. And if we take into account Poles living abroad, the real birth rate will be will approach 1.6. So this growth was caused by the birth of second and third children. First births didn't grow. It's a big challenge, of course, but it's in the area of relationships. But the number of first births didn't fall. It began to fall in 2022 because of the pandemic, the lockdown, which broke down relationships. We saw in Mr. Arpad's relationships. So this is what destroyed the effects of this policy. Let's remember that in Poland, we have a baby boom in the 80s, and now these are 40-year-olds. When we started to implement this pro-family policy, the height of this baby boom was at age around at 35. When it comes to pornography, research done by NASC shows that almost half of teenagers in high school, in grade school and high school, regularly uses pornography, and they often started using it inadvertently. So they saw a commercial or something, they went on the site, and this is how they started using it. So the parents don't know about it, there is no control. So verifying the age and putting in place some control is something that they should implement as soon as possible. There is a bill in Parliament, but it will not be enacted before the election, I'm afraid.
Just picking up the translation on my end. Okay, wonderful. Well, I regret to inform you that we are out of time, but could we please give no doubt the conversation will continue, and can we give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists, please?
Szanowni Państwo, tym panelem...
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel will end our debate tonight, our conference tonight.
Zapełnić pewną lukę.
We wanted to fill a gap.
W polskiej debacie publicznej dotyczącej
a gap in Polish public debate concerning family policy, demography, and family. We've seen this debate becoming more and more intense, but it's focused on economic and institutional aspects, which are admittedly important, and we didn't want to belittle them. But our intention was to say that a mere focus on institutional and economic factors is not enough. Is not enough to break through this wall of impossibility. So this is a problem faced by most of the world. And the answer to this problem must be broadening the range of topics and going beyond the frame of the discussion so far.
Które wydają się chyba nawet ważniejsze niż te czynniki ekonomiczne. To są te aspekty, które omówiliśmy.
That we've discussed here, parts of which we discussed here, those shaping attitudes, views, these aspects concerning marriage and childbearing, phenomena like loneliness, and a whole range of other phenomena surrounding the topic of the family. So today we wanted to make a start on a serious debate on this topic. And the content of these speeches will be published, will be put in a publication we're going to put out soon. It will be a very valuable publication. And I heard a lot of very positive feedback. And I'm happy that these speeches were well received by you. So we consider this conference a beginning of work on these aspects of cultural, of demographic change. Once again, I'd like to thank you for spending your time with us, and we could reflect on these problems together. After the conference, there will be a break, and there's one more event to come, because, as you know, we're celebrating a 10-year anniversary, the 10th anniversary of our institute. So it's a great joy for us that, thanks to the support of our donors, we've been able to take part in public debate. Once again, thank you so much.